Hello everybody, welcome to another Zenless Zone Zero stream. I played a bunch off stream yesterday. Shame on me, no I'm joking. Like I said, these games we're always going to be doing also off stream sessions. Just because it's like, you know, a very casual game for me. Not like a story game like Alan Wake or something. Or any other game I guess, we're gonna play like full on stream. I like the game. Yeah, I like the game. It is exactly what I want out of this type of game. Since I thought about it, what did I like in Genshin? Obviously, I like the beautiful world and exploration parts. Like the simple initial puzzles were fun and everything. But the thing I liked the most was combat, right? And I think Genshin, besides the Abyss, didn't give you a lot of opportunity to enjoy combat. And I think this game is different. This game is basically like designed around being the Abyss, which is really cool for me. So this is basically takes the best parts of Genshin and makes it accessible in a more streamlined and consistent fashion. I mean, I'm not in the late game, obviously. I just did the prologue, right? But yeah, I think this game is made for me, right? So if you enjoy combat and you don't care too much about open world exploration, and yeah, you like a so far good story, I like the game. I like it. And the characters designs are cool, it's well made. I just like it. Yeah, and today my plan is to shut the fuck up and play the game, right? So you can see something. Yesterday we were talking all day, today we're playing. But just prefacing this, I like the game so far. There's a resin system too, which we're just doing like the resin missions. I'm by no means an expert at the game, obviously. I played it since 2 days, so right, you would expect me to not be an expert here. Obviously. But I think I'm a bit better than I was like the other days. Do we do it hitless? I have no idea. No idea. As consider hitless. I can see our HP. Yeah, so this is basically the domains where you do the character upgrade material, and it's in one place. You don't have to have 1,000 loading screens. It's just like, it's so much better, honestly. It's just so much better. We could do it again, but we're not going to do it again because we need the third upgrade material, which is for the other character. And the loading screens are very quick in this game. For example, if you come from Nikkei, you're gonna be very much used to long loading screens. This game does not have them, and it has way more stuff it loads into, so it's kind of way better optimized. I mean, I do play Nikkei on my phone, but I know that it doesn't change too much on PC. Obviously, it's gonna be shorter on PC, but yeah, this definitely has very short loading times. Also, on the iPhone 13 Pro Max of my girlfriend, where she played it. It is very, very quick. Yeah, let's look at our other character, what she needs for her skill upgrades. And by the way, if you didn't know, if you do this, right, and you go backwards, she has another animation. So if you go from this one to this one, it's different than going from this one to this one, which is really a cool little detail, right? Yeah, but we already leveled a little bit of the skills, and here she's gonna need the freeze chip. As upgrade material, and I think this is gonna make it worth just being able to upgrade here right now. I think it's gonna make it worth it. And by the way, if you think the combat system is over simple and blah blah blah, it is way more complicated than Genshin. It has a lot of detailed mechanics. So I'm just gonna show you quickly the guide here. If you go into the proxy handbook, these are the basic rules, right? This is like the basic combat system explanation, right? This is basically what it revolves around. This is just the basic combat system explained, right? So it is a pretty complex combat system. when it comes to details. And now I'm just going to show you a character as an example here for the skills. These are the passive descriptions, right? I actually don't know how this works. Maybe this is just one passive. I actually don't know, but this is just the passive descriptions. This is like her passive and the group set bonus. Then this is her basic skill. This is her dodge, dash, and dodge counter and whatever. This is like her assist skill, the special attacks. Yeah, this is one character, right? One character. And you can also, if you want to, you can look at the stats. So if you're really into stats and whatever. And also the characters have a bunch of stats you can actually look at if you want to. You can go here. I don't know why you can click here, but you can click here. You can look at the description of every single stat if you want to. There are also different damage types like slash, and I think the yes, like the predominant one is being shown here. But there are also other damage types, and yeah, there is like all the stuff you need to basically, if you care about building characters, there's a lot of stuff in here. And yeah, so it is a very complex background system. Now, obviously, a complex background system doesn't mean the combat is complex when you play it. Is it more complex than Genshin? For sure. It has more intricacies, usually in controlling the characters. You have way different ways to go about it. You have like the stun meter and the interactions and all that. It is way more complex than Genshin. I have no idea about Withering Waves, but definitely more complex than Genshin. But now the question is, obviously a complex combat system doesn't make for fun and engaging combat. A fun and engaging combat system does. And for example, if you play Elden Ring, I already argued, super simple combat system, but still very fun and engaging gameplay. Can actually be simpler. Usually you just attack and dodge, right? Or whatever you do as your character. I mean, it's very, very simple, right? And usually you also don't have to mix up too much, right? It's a very, very simple combat system, but it's still very fun and challenging. And now the question is, does this game have that too? And the answer is, I think, yes, it does. It is not as hard. It doesn't try to be as hard, but it definitely has cool mechanics like slow motion dodge, like the parry system, and yeah, the ultimate charge rate and all those things. It's just like, and the swapping between characters and the rotations and whatnot. It is really, really good, right? It is really good, in my opinion. Yeah, it's really good. But I have no idea how it's going to evolve later, how the late game stuff is going to be. But the base combat is fun, and I think it's like offers a lot of potential for optimization and rotations and stuff like that, even more so than I think than Genshin, because it has way more complex rotation possibilities. Even though they're not 4 characters, I think the way they can interact is a bit more complex. And I think most people by now will not have understood the intricacies of the combat system too much. I know the details now, but I don't know how exactly that's gonna alter my playstyle later, but I do understand way more than I did initially. And also, if you think, oh, that's way, okay, I hate that, I don't care about it. What you can do is actually go on skills, and it's kind of weird, you have to do it like this. And you can select this one here, and then you can see in the bottom, only this one has the X button for skill demo, whatever it's going to be for you on the smartphone, whatever you are. Or it's going to be Square on PlayStation controller. If you press that, you're going to get a nice video showcasing the basics of the character. And depending on how complex the character is, obviously the description is going to be a bit longer, but this is basically telling you how to play the character. What is the speciality of the character, right? And depending on how complex the character is, this can be short, right? This, for example, is way shorter, right? So yeah, this is basically, it highlights how to play the character. And then obviously you also have equipment and different weapons with combos and whatnot. So there is a fuck ton of stuff you can customize if you want to. So yeah, definitely a lot of things. Obviously the game's probably not going to be that hard, so if you're into a challenge, I guess there's not a lot of games out there, to be honest. Even Elden Ring is literally the DLC has one boss I would consider challenging. The final boss and everything else is easy. So it's basically, there's not a lot of games out there for real challenges, I guess. But the most important part for me is it's fun, right? Yeah, that's the most important part for me. And the game here is built definitely around the combat way more than Genshin, because all the other aspects are tuned down, right? You have this board system and a little bit of city exploration, but it's very, very minimal compared to what Genshin does. Genshin basically is a hog of minigames and a great combat system. And the combat system is usually held down by, you know, by I guess the other stuff, right? Because you're like playing and doing a lot of menial tasks, which are fine, but you know, if you really enjoy the combat system, Genshin doesn't offer too much for you, and the Abyss is like the only way to actually do some kind of challenging combat. I mean, somewhat challenging combat, right? It's kind of unfortunate how that works, but you know, it is what it is. Okay, yeah, let's go and get her agent skill stuff here. We need and by the way, if you're coming from Genshin, good news is like Honkai Star Rail 2. They try to be as close to Genshin as possible from the core ideas, like the constellation pull rates, upgrade materials and stuff like that. So it is very, very similar. So if you're a Genshin player, you'll feel right at home when it comes to the core principles of character building, which in my opinion is a good thing. You don't have to reinvent the wheel every single day to, you know, to make a fun game. Okay, but like I said, I'm gonna shut the fuck up and just play the game. But I just wanted to show you that the combat base idea, the background systems are very complex, so it's not like a very simple system. You want to play quote unquote optimally. Okay, yeah, the icing test, we can't do it right now. And you can like build your deck of enemies and farm them for materials. You can also save the plants. There are like different slots you can select from and blah blah blah. Yeah, I want to use an ether battery here. I actually don't know how that works. Does it cost 79 polychrome? Yeah, we're gonna use the battery here. Yeah, we only need 60 for this one. And then we can upgrade all the skills. And yeah, also the buffs seem to be more meaningful than in Genshin, because I mean, they're good in Genshin, right? But here they actually give you more drop rate and a bunch of different stuff. So I think there is more value in actually caring about them. Okay, what is the reason behind this rotation, basically? The reason behind this rotation, I mean, they're obviously not like, they don't all have synergies. As you can see, like she's not that happy because she doesn't have like the synergy here. But the idea is basically she buffs, then she stuns, and then she does damage. That's my idea, but I have no idea if this is how you're supposed to play the game. But that's what we're doing, right? And yeah, she basically triggers a quick assist when you hold her skill, which we'll see right away because I'm not going to do it. See, I do this, and then I get in the bottom right. You can see I'm going to get a quick assist, and then I swap to her. And like and here you could say, yeah, it's just button mashing, but in actuality, if you start to parry like this, right, then you can see how fast the stun meter actually builds, right? And then you can start doing like the rotations and all that stuff, right? So it gets way, way, way faster into this than you might think at the start, and then you can go to the other version, and here's like that, and they have like additional damage when they're stunned, right? So you can parry. So I think it's really fun, right? It's really fun and quick, so... Yeah, so I think the combat system, in my opinion, is fun, right? It's fun. And the main reason I think it's fun is because of the dodge and parry mechanic, which really is like, it's just fun to me. I don't know, I just love having like these big impactful parries that really, really alter the game. So it's a bit, I call it like a little bit of a mix of Sekiro and Genshin in a way. Like it feels like the parry system is very rewarding. I mean, there's not a rhythm to it. I mean, I guess there is actually. There is like a multiple attacks. I don't know how they work. Actually, you have to parry often. But yeah, I'm not so sure. But there are also like dodges instead of parries, like perfect dodges and stuff like that. You can do basically by swapping. There's certain characters that can do that. I don't have one yet, so I can't speak too much about it. But definitely parrying is so important. So when there's this golden cross, which sometimes turns red if you don't have, if it's like supposed to be dodged or whatever, or parried if you don't have the next character's not like suited to it. You can also swap in 2 directions on PC. No idea if that's possible on console, but you don't actually need to do that. And on console, on smartphone devices, I actually don't know. But in general, I think like the most important part basically is to see the golden glint and then actually parry. And even if it's red, you can use the like the swap character button to actually just perfect dodge instead. So there's like a lot of ways, you know, you can like be defensive about it. Dodging doesn't even seem to be that important because you can literally just parry most things. But yeah, and then you stun lock the enemies and just like shit on them. So it's a very, very unique mix of combat systems. And then there's obviously also the ultimate gauge, which you can't always charge. So I mean, these characters, right? You also, people are gonna look at this and gonna be, oh, I never use my ultimate. It takes forever to charge, blah blah blah. And then just think back of about Genshin Impact when you didn't have enough energy recharge, when your characters weren't built properly. Because most people that come from Genshin now are going to be very experienced players. I mean, at least they're going to have the net decking done, and the character is going to have enough energy recharge and all that stuff. So their rotations are going to feel super smooth and fast, and here it's going to feel a bit slow and clunky. And that is because your character is not built optimally. Don't forget that, right? You probably don't have the optimal build, you don't have the ER, you don't have the higher levels. You're basically playing base Genshin Impact characters on level 20, right? And I think for that, it's actually already pretty cool. And you can definitely tell you need a little bit more energy recharge to keep the rotations fluid, but that's definitely something you can easily make happen, right? And there's two types of energy recharge. There's the ultimate gauge gain, and there's the skill, the EX skill gauge gain. And both of them, I think, are very important for fast stuns and high DPS, right? So I think the combat's going to feel way better once you have a well-built, round-out team. So don't feel too bad if there's like downtime, because the downtime usually is what people call mashing attack, right? There are people that say you can win just by mashing attack, and that's true, you can, because the game's not that hard. But if you want to play fast and efficient, you usually don't want to attack too much, right? There should be a few auto attacks, and then you should actually do rotations. So I think like, yeah, but that is really relying on your build. So if you're in the tutorial and you're like, oh yeah, it's kind of boring, don't worry. I think it's gonna become very fluid and fast, just like Genshin, when you have like optimal rotations later on, right? So don't worry about that aspect. And the pairing is so fucking cool, to be honest. I'm so glad they have this system. I didn't even know they had it, and it is so cool. Yeah, so this is new agent skill. I'm just gonna do it because they say it's new. We were there right now, right? So you can have fast travel to these things. There are people complaining about this menu. Honestly, you're an idiot. First of all, this menu is super stylized and useful. And also, if you think like it's annoying to have a list here and you have to go to it, why is the list bad? It's not a grid, right? A grid is usually faster and efficient, but what you have actually is you have a customizable, this is completely customizable, a ring menu basically, where you can put whatever the fuck you want there, right? So if you want to have quick access to something you use a lot, you can actually just, you know, put it wherever you want to put it, right? So I mean, not all of them, obviously, I think. For example, the Internaut, I don't know if you can actually put it here if you want to. Yeah, I guess not all of them, so maybe that's a bit unfortunate. But in a way, I think it's like, you know, very, very, very nice to even have the option, in my opinion. Yeah, so I think that's very, very good. Okay, otherwise, I'm just thinking here for a moment. Yeah, otherwise I think the UI is really well made. There's not a lot of issues, right? It's very stylized, it looks cool. In general, I think the good looking cool part is, you know, not that relevant, but actually kind of nice in my opinion. Yeah, and also I was really unlucky so far. I only got one S character, the one you get guaranteed, so not really unlucky, normal luck I would call it. Yeah, so I didn't get lucky at all. The only S tier character I got so far is her Nekomata, which actually is kind of nice because she does fit into the theme of the first prologue. So yeah, kind of glad we got her. Yeah, and yeah, so this is my main team for now. Obviously I will replace the normal characters probably in some time with S tier characters if I get them. But that doesn't mean they're going to be better, right? So yeah, I'm just going to, you know, try out stuff. And at the moment, I'm literally trying to learn these 3 characters until I really get them down. And then I'm going to move on to something else. But there's like some kind of graphics glitch here. Okay. The door is kind of misused here. And you have a quick travel system, which is very nice because it really will save you a lot of time later on. I don't know why you wanted me to go for the... Oh, because he's here. So he gives you... This is, by the way, really well made. If you go in fast travel, what he's going to do is going to show you the location automatically, right? If I just have to press A and A and I'm already where the closest point is to my next mission. So it's really easy to actually travel. I haven't done a full exploration of the city yet, so there will still be some cases and an open whatever, and I have no idea actually how big it is. And yeah, but it's way more limited than Genshin. So if you're like into open world exploration, this is definitely not the game for you, right? If that's the main draw of Genshin, sure, this one is not gonna be the same, right? This is for the people that enjoyed Genshin Impact's combat. Yeah, the absence of full voice acting is not optimal, I guess. You know, it's like it's something they could easily afford, which is why I'm like bringing it up a bit often. But I think still is not a big issue, because actually, if it's not voiced, you can usually read it faster. So yeah, it kind of saves a bit of time, which is also kind of nice, right? Okay, we got 2 of them. Interesting. Now, this is what I was curious about. Here it is, the time system. A game day is divided into 4 parts: morning, afternoon, evening, and midnight. The street scenes change with each part of the day. Example, some shops are closed at midnight. Sometimes advancing a different part to different parts of the day is necessary to progress the game. Okay, so there's like different things we can actually do. I like how they have some kind of fantasy language for these sections. Thing. The following actions progress time: complete plot, battles, and exploration commissions. Complete task in the city. Rest on the sofa or bed. Press the time panel to check what can be done on the current street. You can pass time by resting. I wonder if there's like a limit though. Like, is there a limit to this? How do I open it actually? They never tell you. Press the time button. I'm not on a mobile device, so I have no idea how that works. Oh, so this is the time panel. Wait, how do I open it though? Because this was the button I thought was... Okay, now it is, yeah. Afternoon. Tin Master skills are top-notch. Buy a cup of coffee. Support allies are very helpful. You can upgrade them at the remodeling. Oh. Can I though? Is it already open? Because this I think is the remodeling shop, right? I still think the movement and camera and the character movement is not 100% optimal in these exploration phases. Kind of feels like you're not 100% in control of the direction that your character goes. I also think they should have divided the camera sensitivity into 10 levels instead of 5. But then again, to this day, Genshin as a slow as camera, even on the max setting. I think they also only have 5, so I'm glad it's at least too fast, and even can even be faster instead of being too slow. Yeah, but it would have been nice to have an intermediate speed between the two settings. I kind of looking forwards to. Yeah, okay, so someone needs help here, and there's also a commission. I think I'm gonna go and try to go for this one here. What? Find the talking trash can. I think it was not here. Okay, they show you where it is. We already found it, I think. It's the same one. That's another one. Call me sage in a barrel instead. New form of life. I mean, it depends on if the truth is like commonly accepted or not, right? Because, I mean, if you say it in a time where everyone believes in God, probably the saying has some kind of merit. But if you're like in a time where like science is prevalent and people care about the truth, I think being hated by a lot is not going to do a lot to you. Get myself a little bit of tea. Okay, so we're gonna exchange these coins here. And then we get XP, I guess? Oh, that's nice, actually. Cool. And now we can go back to Alice. Yeah, I think like the reason why it's kind of hard to control the characters, like that you can see the auto rotation is very inconsistent. It almost doesn't rotate, but at times it rotates like, I don't know, it's just like, it is kind of weird, right? There's this fast pan sometimes, but it's not that bad to be honest, but I think like just like the sensitivity, like the curve is too aggressive. I like this is, I think is an okay turning speed for the max speed, but you approach it way too quickly, I think. So it makes like small movements a little bit jerky compared to what you could have. And going lower, definitely this speed is way too slow, so it feels like very limiting in your ability to turn around. So now time passed, right? And we could rest right here. And now it's 18 p.m. Okay, very cool. So there's this time system. I actually don't know if there is a meaning behind the time system. Like if you're limited to certain time skips per day or something. Or if it's just like, you know, like in Persona, it just progresses. If there's no reason for it, it's still okay that it's there, right? But it's still kind of interesting. It like paces you in a unique way. Maybe just forget it. No, I can't do that. Driving through a hollow. Oh, it's pretty windy outside. Yeah, it's getting hot one day again. Yeah, it's getting hot. Like one day here in Germany again. So I hope it's only one day. It's usually Sahara winds that actually bring the heat, so it's like not local heat, but really like more like a global phenomenon every time. But it couldn't last for months on end actually. Crazy. Like crazy how annoying it is. Yeah, that's actually pretty nice. And because now we're getting into the core gameplay loop, right? After the prologue, which is like introducing you to a lot of mechanics, there's one mechanic that's missing. Because if you don't know, actually, there is so we can filter it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, these are like missions, which are important. They're blue anyway, so that's fine. Yeah, and now you can say I can take it. Yeah, so this is how you basically get missions. But I think you don't need to filter for all, because the game basically does a good job. It does a good job of actually home invaders. That's funny. Yeah, you can always see what's new, right? So you don't have to scroll through it anyway, because it's like Swords, I think. Actually doesn't. Actually doesn't, so they're like, the unread stuff can be lowered. So if you're really into lore, I guess you're gonna have a lot of background stuff. I honestly don't give a shit about social media in real life, so you can imagine how much of a shit. Yeah, you can actually tell how much I don't give a shit about this one. But it looks cool, right? It's just like looking at the pictures. I guess that's what social media is about when you go on Instagram, and I guess a lot of Twitter feed too, if you have like a lot of porn stars you're following, whatever. Well, seriously. I think, you know, I don't care too much about it. So I mean, I do watch porn, obviously, right? You know, I have a girlfriend and everything, but, you know, sometimes we watch porn together, sometimes I also watch porn like that. It's completely normal, right? Why wouldn't you watch porn just because you're a partner? I mean, not everybody does, right? Because if you don't care about it, sure, but I still like porn, right? So, yeah. I think most people actually watch porn, and also when they're in a relationship, most people probably still watch porn. But you know, I think it's normal to be upfront about it, right? Just like, yeah, sure, obviously I watch porn from time to time. We can also watch porn together, you know. And I guess our relationship is generally a bit more. It's not an open relationship because, you know, we do I actually don't care too much about sleeping with too many random women, so you know it's not that important. But if there would ever be a case where I would want to sleep with someone, I guess it usually would be okay. I mean, obviously would ask, right? But yeah, but she actually doesn't have any interest in other men, which is I guess nice for me because yeah, you know. But she also has a partner, a female partner, in addition to me, and you know, it's for me it's like really positive actually. I don't know, I really like that. It's for me it's like nothing negative about it, but it's kind of weird because if it was like a man I would actually feel different about it. So I'm like kind of not really an open relationship poly guy, but I'm like an open relationship poly guy when it comes to women. So I don't mind if she has like, you know, a female partner or whatever. I really don't mind. I like that actually. So for me that's fine. But yeah, it's kind of weird. So I'm like kind of, you know, I'm kind of still very gender focused on these things, but it doesn't really matter too much, right? It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's just like it's kind of nice, right? I don't know why it is so nice, but it's yeah, that's what I mean for me. Like, you know, watching porn, all those things. It's just like a natural, right? It's nothing weird. It's nothing wrong with it, you know. And yeah, I'm just like, you know, being in such a relationship is like it's literally really I think nice. And I think it adds a lot of value because you know the thing is I don't see women as any sort of competition, right? I know I don't have tits and I don't have a vagina, so I can't offer that part, right? So it's not like it's not there. And having multiple partners of the same gender I think is more of a competition. But I think if you like the genders, I think that's, you know, that's why if you're probably bisexual, you don't actually mind the different sexes as much. And so I guess from her perspective, basically what's happening is that since she also likes women, she doesn't mind that I also like other women, I guess. That's like natural in a way for her because she also likes women, so she understands, right? I think it's like, that's really what makes this very, like, I guess just pleasant and, you know, frictionless. And we've been together for almost 16 years, so you know, it seems to work out in a way, right? And I think you might say, obviously, you know, the, you know, sexual part is just like a small section of the relationship. Obviously, it wouldn't work if everything else was not good, right? That's obvious. But I think sexual relationships that work out well are very important as a good foundation for people that have actual sexual interests, right? If there are two people that just like get along well in a relationship, but they don't have any sexual, you know, interactions anymore, and it's just like stale and boring. That's usually where, I mean, they still have sexual interest, but not in each other. I think that's where it gets kind of tricky. And usually I think that only happens if you're shit at sex, right? If you're bad at sex, what does that mean, right? What does it mean to being shit at sex? For me, the definition of being bad at sex is basically you are bad at recognizing the needs of your partner. And your own needs maybe too, right? It's just literally knowing what you want and what your partner wants. And how are you going to find that out? First of all, yourself, you have to have a bit of introspection, obviously. Might be the easier part though. But then communicating that to your partner is important. Might be the harder part for some people. And the hardest part is definitely to actually listen and ask your partner about these things, because some people might, you know, not tell you what they want, and it's important to still find out. And, you know, just like take the initiative and, you know, find out what your partner likes. You know, and obviously that's, you know, age where people watch a lot of porn before they actually have sexual relationships. A lot of stuff in porn can be nice, but usually if I would have one advice, because, you know, they're like two main pleasure zones for women usually, like two main non-boobs, non-whatever, right? There are a lot of different ones, but either you have the clit or you have the vagina, right? I mean, there's a different name, but, you know, so you either have penetrative sex or you can do the outside stuff, right? The outside stimulation. And usually women are very different when it comes to that. Some women are very sensitive at the clitoris, but not so much inside, and others the inverse, or sometimes they like both. And figuring these things out is super important, because in porn what usually happens is man puts dick in vagina and fucks woman, right? But not every woman is going to be satisfied by that, because some women really like outside stimulation or need outside stimulation in addition to penetration. And even if you're a huge cock, right? I have a huge dick, and it doesn't matter, right? Some just need outside stimulation. It is how it is. And that's why I think porn really, I mean, some porn videos obviously have that, right? But I think majority of, especially male targeted porn, doesn't have that. So I think the most important part you need to realize is that there are like more essential organs than just putting your dick in your vagina. And, you know, and then just like figuring out what she actually likes, right? What angle does she like? Where does she like to be touched? Whatever. Just like in obvious all this has to happen with consent, right? But yeah, I think it's really, really important to actually, 1,600 polygon, thank you. 50 million downloads, I wonder why. See, there is one thing, you know, I talked about negativity yesterday about the game. Yeah, that's basically what I mean. Watch porn, it's fine, be open about it, right? Just like be sexually open. I mean, if your partner doesn't like that, honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. If you really like these things and the partner doesn't want it and you mind, and you really want those things, you do have to realize that actually it might not be the correct partner for you. If you disagree on sexual interests and it is a core part of your interests, that might be really, really tricky, right? So you need to find someone that is aligned with your interests, in my opinion, to get a good relationship going. You obviously can just like, you know, say it's not that important to me, then it's fine. But if it's important to you, don't lie to yourself, right? If you still want to watch porn and be open about it with your partner, that's fine, right? And I think watching porn is not cheating. Having sexual interest in other women is quite natural as a man. And I think the majority of men actually have that, even though the majority of men will lie to their women and say, I only care about you. But honestly, look at her, right? She's hot, right? I mean, she's an anime character, but you know, she's hot, right? There's no denying she's hot, so why would you lie about that? If you, I mean, you could say I don't want to sleep with her because, you know, I have a partner and I don't feel like sleeping with her. Fine, but you still find her hot, right? There's a difference between fucking people and finding them hot and attractive. And I think if you watch porn, this basically just like, it doesn't, you know, feel like love or anything. It's just like, you know, it's just like finding them attractive. Yeah, and I think, you know, it's like really, really, really important to get that straight. And obviously, like poly relationships, like polyamorous relationships, not like open relationship where you just fuck random people, but usually one story, like, you know, polyamorous where like there are multiple people involved. I guess it gets way more complicated. And I think then the chance of actually making that work is very, very luck dependent. You might never find it in your entire life, so that might be really, you know, unfortunate. You know, but yeah, so if it does happen, you know, just as a reference, right? For us, it has been working for almost 4 years now. I mean, you know, she's been together. We had multiple female, you know, partners, and now she has like a partner, her new one, and it's been working for 4 years, right? Which is already very long for any relationship. 4 years is pretty long. The average relationship, I think, is like disbanded after like 2 to 3 years, and or even it depends on the age, right, and the location. Obviously, it's kind of nice to see like the different types of NPCs here. And yeah, that's why I think, like, you know, it can work out. I think it's not an issue. But it really requires a lot of compatibility and luck, to be honest. It is very, very, very luck based to find the right people for that. Yeah, and that's why I think, you know, you should just like go with the flow and, you know, be open and, you know, nice about it. Because, you know, most people are not able to even initiate these things, right? You have to be open and talk about it. This would never happen if we're not open about anything, right? And supportive, right? Yeah, I'm super supportive of that. I think, you know, really everybody has to be on the same page, and not from the start, but actually from, oh, there she is. Chaos points I can't seem to top. A very familiar username. Can't remember where I've seen it. Weird. Maybe some obscure blogger. They're not on my follow list. Skyleaf. Have you heard of it? Oh, that's me. Oh, Skyleaf. The phone of the shark iron girl suddenly lights up. As she checks her messages, her student name tag catches her Ellen. With her fingers tipped in the red nail polish, angry at the screen, she quickly replies to a message. The shark-tailed girl named Ellen and walks away. Yeah, so I really think, like, you know, it's like so much luck, right? A lot of people are asking how do I find someone, whatever. It's fucking luck, right? Yeah, there's so many reasons for it to work, but I can just tell you, if you're literally out there and open and nice to people, you know, at some point you will find someone, you know. I mean, I haven't been single since I was 15, so for over 20 years, I guess. So I guess it's like, you know, it's basically, you know, something that just naturally happens if you're like nice about it, right? And if you know, you're also not afraid to actually engage with people. And usually, you know, you might get a shot down or whatever, right? It's never safe, right? You might like someone, they might not like you. And the reason why you might not realize that it's never going to work is because you are not looking for the right thing, right? Because usually relationships where one person asks out the other one and it doesn't work is quite, you know, it's quite obvious from the outside if you're like a person that's good with like analyzing, you know, relationships and people. Yeah, so I think the most important part is just fucking, you know, get out there. And yeah, and if you're in a situation where you don't meet a lot of people, and by the way, thanks for the follow sent just Germany. I think it's very, very important to actually realize that you might have to find maybe some locations where you can meet people, because it doesn't mean there are not other people, like-minded people that are at home, only, you know, they work, they go home and do their online stuff. That doesn't mean they're not there and, you know, you couldn't find them somehow, but you do have to put yourself out there in some way to have interactions. If you meet 0 women per month, you know, you're gonna have 0% chance of, or women or men, whatever you're into, right? You're gonna have 0% chance of finding a partner. So, yeah, that's my opinion basically. Just like, you know, try to be there. And every single woman I've ever dated and been together with, I literally just found by, you know, doing stuff I like. And even playing games, right? One of my first relationships was with a girl from the Netherlands, and I met her playing Medal of Honor, the demo online. Medal of Honor demo online, and we added each other to... Was it already Skype? I think MSN or Skype, I'm not sure. I think it was MSN. Was it MSN or Skype? So long ago, right? And then we one day we decided to meet up in Paris. Obviously we had our parents talk beforehand, just like, you know, and I mean, we decided that after knowing we might have be interested in each other, and then basically, you know, it worked out, and, you know, that's how you meet someone, right? Just playing a video game, right? Just fucking talk to them, right? I literally talked to her. I don't even know how it started, and then, you know, that's like an early, I guess, one of the earliest internet relationships you could have had, because it was really new back then, right? There weren't that many online games and everything, so it was like different than today, I guess. But yeah, you can meet people online, but also you can meet people at school, you can meet people during, I don't know, just random, you know, events in life, that one-time events. You go there, you just meet someone and you get their info and you talk a little bit, right? I mean, first you usually talk and then you get their info, or you can meet them literally at work, university, school, right? So yeah, there's so many ways to actually meet people. You just have to literally be there and, you know, talk to people that are interesting to you. And not everybody's gonna want to be with you, right? That's normal. And obviously not everyone's meant for each other too. So, you know, you just have to take your time and, you know, chill. But say something if you like something, right? A lot of people like the friend zone, right? The friend zone is so mean because usually the person that is on the friend zoning side is very content with the relationship. But if it's like an asymmetrical relationship, it is very bad for you, and you should get the fuck out of there as soon as possible. How do you do that? You get friend zoned, right? You literally, I mean, you don't even get friend zoned. You literally tell her how you feel, or him, or whatever, and then you get, you know, the answer instead of just being every day, I hope. But obviously, sometimes you get friend zoned, but it might still work out in the end. But usually, just just like don't waste your time on stuff that's not gonna work out. There's those literally relationships where people are not compatible on both sides, and that happens quite a lot actually. And just take your L and move on, right? Even if, I mean, obviously, if it's like a really important friend or whatever, that's nice. But usually, if it gets to that point, you're already fucked up, right? Because you didn't tell her how you feel. But because usually people end up, in friend zones because they didn't talk too long about the important topic, right? If you go to someone and say to him, hey, I really like you, want to hang out and date, and they're like, no, I'm not interested, usually you're not going to become best friends, right? Which, I mean, it's valuable to have friends, but usually you're going to feel bad about it if you're like in love with the person and he doesn't reciprocate. I can talk. Doesn't, respond in kind. Yeah, so I think it's really, really important to realize friend zones can be avoided easily just by fucking speaking up. And a lot of relationships can happen only by one person taking the lead. And I don't know why it is, but usually, and that's, I'm not gonna trying to be sexist here. I kind of feel like as a man, you still have to take the lead more often than a woman will usually, right? A woman will usually not take the lead. And I think that's like a natural thing. But I mean, obviously it can be the inverse too. But usually if you're a man, I would just recommend you fucking take the lead and don't waste your time. And if you're a woman, take the lead too, obviously, right? If you're like interested in someone, it's very important. But I think like in general, if you're like a man waiting for a woman to do something, I guess you're gonna wait longer on average than a woman waiting for a man to do something. I don't know if there are studies about that, but that's just like my feeling of how men and women are in general, right? How their sex drive is and everything. Like, there's so much, I think, more like predatory movements on the male side than there is on the female side. So yeah, which can be very annoying for females too. So yeah, and obviously there's more genders than just like male and female, but I'm just like talking in the simplest term, right? You know what I mean, right? If you're like, I don't know, bisexual, if you're like, I don't know, whatever, you're pan or whatever, there's so many ways you can still, have to take the lead if you want to. Yeah. Okay, so what did I say today? We're gonna shut the fuck up and play the game. Mission critically failed. Okay, someone in the street is seeking for help. Venus seems to have sent us a commission. Is there still someone that is looking for help here? Okay, so now it's like time to clear out the commissions on the HDD. So what we can do for this is basically, we can go to the, we can go to random play right here. And then we can go to the, I actually don't know, is it like the video archive? Yeah, and by the way, all this doesn't mean it's easy. It just means like, just permanent interactions and being nice and, just know how you are too, how you come across. Because you might be a nice person, but come across very rude or like, very cold or whatever. And the problem is usually it maybe takes a little bit of time for you to warm up depending on how you are and whatever. It still doesn't mean you shouldn't try to, engage with people. Just get them to let you know you. And if you're a piece of shit, which, some people might be, and it's probably not your fault, right? Because determinism. But if you're a real piece of shit, I mean, I guess don't take the initiative and stay alone so you don't hurt other people. But no, I know what you mean, but still, there are people, I guess, you wouldn't want to find a partner for the sake of the partner. So, yeah, kind of a hard situation then. But on average, if you're like a nice person and not a piece of shit, just be out there and try to find someone. Yeah, it's kind of sad just to say it like that, right? Because people who are a piece of shit usually didn't, I mean, so, they never did something for it, right? So it's like a natural cause, but you still want to protect people from them. So yeah, I kind of feel bad for women that don't have a good intuition about partner and relationships. What is this shit here actually? We have a new character. I don't even know. I'm so bad at navigating this. Like crazy. Yeah, so they basically... Yeah, so they basically give you another heads up here. And they give you new enemy types, which I'm not looking at all. They kind of spoil a lot what's going to come later in the campaign though, which is, I guess it's unavoidable, but it's also kind of weird. You literally have your enemy types appear the first time not in game but in the progression system, but it's kind of hard in a gacha game to avoid these spoilers. I mean, there's literally, you can look at the character affiliation and you can already see how the story's going to turn out at the end, which is kind of unfortunate. Yeah, so there are a lot of different here. Did we ever figure out how to open that one gate? I don't think we ever did. I might be wrong about that though. Okay, the VR device. Okay, they just wanna... Alright, we never did the training. I wanted to do the training. I completely forgot about that. Let's just do claim all. Oh, we got so many things. Did we ever upgrade the skills too? I'm talking so much random shit instead of playing the game. I'm sorry about it. I think we never upgraded her skills. Yeah, sorry about that one. We already learned this one. This one needs more upgrade materials. This just increases basic hero scalings, right? And there's definitely a case to be made to not leveling certain skills because they're not that important. But honestly, they're so cheap at the start, and if I learned anything from Genshin Impact, at the end you're gonna be able to almost max out everything anyway. So I think the only thing you really can fuck up is using your crowns or whatever they're gonna be in the game for characters you're never gonna play. And you know, the very limited resources like your pulls and whatever, you can just fuck up that really big time. And I'm also gonna make a case for pulling on early banners. And that's going to be one thing a lot of people I think didn't see coming if they didn't play gacha games, and I didn't see it coming either. Obviously it was obvious what's going to happen, but yeah, I didn't see it coming. Oh yeah, we also didn't level her. See, that's what I mean. I'm like, bring that. And yeah, I'm going to quickly is the UI the easiest to navigate ever? I don't think so. It's a bit stylized for that, but I do like that it's stylized, right? I don't mind it being slightly more inconvenient from a overview perspective. Is it more inconvenient than Genshin Impact? I can't remember the exact way Genshin Impact presented it, but I think the minimalistic UI from Genshin Impact definitely had the advantage that it was like very readable. This one looks cooler, is a little bit slightly less readable. In my opinion, still perfectly fine. Yeah, so we leveled all those to 3. Nice. And as far as I know, by the way, the equipment here has some visual difference. If you have their custom weapon, they have a slight different visual, but I can't really tell what it is. Maybe it's a combat effect or not. So like this LS stuff here, it for sure has some kind of visual effect, right? Yeah, and what's really weird is like the cinema system, like the constellation system. You can turn on and off the visual in the constellation system, but it doesn't disable the effect in gameplay. So I don't know why that is. Is it so you can customize how this screen looks? I actually don't know. I'm so confused why you can turn on and off the individual sections there. I mean, I can show you maybe so you know what I mean. You can turn this off, right? It's just going to turn off the visual. It's not going to change the gameplay. Right? It doesn't... I actually don't know. I actually don't know what the fuck this shit is. So, kind of weird. I wonder if you say don't show again, it's literally never going to show again, and it's going to be weird. So I'm just going to put it on, because I don't know. But yeah, in general, it's kind of weird. Oh, you might be interested in what does actually the synergy mean. You have to look for the names. So this, for example, is like the Gentil House. I don't know, is it Gentle House? Gentil House. Well, the Cunning Hares, basically. This is like the same faction, and she's like a Hollow Special Operations Section 6. So this is the one you have to match, and then you have to match the other type, which is in this case like the attack type, right? This is what you want to match to get the bonuses for the passives over here, right? So you want to have like the same attribute of faction, so it's basically attack and Cunning Hares in your case. Yeah, so we did that. Nice, didn't forget about it. Thank fucking god. This is like the season pass. The value of that is gonna be hard to judge just now. Usually it was like an okay deal in Genshin, to be fair, if you maxed it. Yeah, if you max it, it's kind of nice. If you don't max it, I would not bother buying it. In general, you know, you never have to buy anything. Yeah, and now about the thing we learned in Genshin Impact. What did we learn? And we learned one important lesson. Like having max constellations on 8, and I'm going to use the language here, on 8 tier characters is not a given. So you might say S tier characters is really hard to get the constellations on, but the reality is you're never guaranteed a specific 4-star or A tier character. The more you pull, the more characters are in the pool, the less likely you're going to get your specific character to Constellation 6. And the game is young now, right? So now it is very, very easy to do the maximum cinema. Oh, brilliant. C6. Cinema 6. Interesting. So they went for the same Cinema 6 constellation, like C6. Yeah, smart. Like operator and op in Valorant and CS. They went for A and S tier here instead of like the star system. And I'm going to talk to you why it's better actually, because I think like A and S is kind of better than having like 4 stars out of 4 stars all the time visually. So I think A tier and S tier, I like it better. But yeah, the A tier characters now you can easily get to C6. Later on, it's going to be very difficult. And some of them might be really good, like if it's like, for example, with Shending or whatever, but they might be better at balancing. So maybe they're all ass. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, that's smart. Yeah, that's actually brilliant, having Constellation C6. Ah, that's really cool. So you can use the same lingo, right? It's like kind of, I mean, a lot of lingo changed, but they kind of made that one possible. I still like the W engine like this. And yeah, also, as always, this is like a noob trap, right? I mean, getting, actually is not true. Actually not true. Getting weapons early is not that bad. Having a few good weapons can be really nice, but I don't know how specific they are in this game, right? Having a good 5-star weapon in Genshin could be way more valuable than a character because you can use them on multiple characters, right? So I think like at the start you think that's a noob trap, but sometimes you should pull in the weapon banner in the hopes of getting a lot of A rank and S rank weapons, right? So it can be more valuable than pulling here at times. But at the start I think that just getting a few constellations on your characters is kind of nice. And yeah. But I don't know, right? I'm not an expert on these things because I'm like literally like you. I don't know the details, right? I don't know how it's gonna work out in the long term. I just know that the rates are gonna get way worse for 4 stars in the you know pooled banners. So yeah, like the visual style of the game is like sublime. So can we do a 10 pull? We can. Well then let's go. I like doing 10 pulls in this one for whatever reason. I mean, at least 2 A tiers, which is, you know, lucky. We have only gotten 1. Let's see what it is. Lunar blah blah blah. What we got? Did we get got another Nicole Demara. Never played her really, don't know what she does. I thought she was gonna be the character I'm gonna play for sure until she got censored. Yeah, she was like one of the first videos I saw of the game, and I really liked you know, I guess like the song she was doing, whatever. I think her censorship is not that hard, right? It's not like a terrible censorship, but just knowing it's censored kind of rubs me the wrong way. But I think it is nice that they combined her censored outfit into like the top, right? It doesn't feel like bad or anything. But yeah, for whatever reason, the interest still got a little bit smaller in that. Yeah, just like the perception of it, I guess, is like a little bit skewed. We should have one more. Oh, and yeah, I don't know about this one. I don't like his skill because I don't know how he works. He's like from the one anime, and literally don't know what it's called. I just forget the name. Like the one that has like the, you know, the Swativska. Oh my god, like the, you know, the Nazi cross in it. Got the name, man. I could find it easy by googling, but lazy. Okay, do we have another poll? We have another poll. Another single poll. Just getting the early constellations in on the characters here. Possible. Yeah, B doesn't mean shit. Okay, yeah, we're for sure gonna give him and her the cinema. I don't know what she does, so I'm literally just gonna... my advice basically is take characters you like, learn them, and ignore everything else. Because if you try to remember all the information at once, you might be a super genius and be able to remember all the character details. But I think focusing on 3 characters you actually care about and learning them, and just ignoring all the information about the other ones, is gonna make it way nicer to learn the individual characters, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it's gonna be way better just to focus until you really know 3 well, and then you can move on, right? Learning all of them at once, you're gonna be like super confused and you're never gonna learn the details, in my opinion. What's going on here? Oh, right, the shop. Fantasy with aliens. Looks like fantasy with no fantasy. This looks very aliens. Off planets. You happy about it? Jesus Christ. I feel so bad for these people doing these menial jobs if they don't like them. And I think most people don't enjoy standing on the street for hours on end. And Japan is like notoriously full of them. Like, Japan has like this weird idea that keeping unemployment low, no matter how shitty your job is and how badly it is paid, is like the utmost goal of society. And you could argue that it's a good thing because people do feel like more, I guess, included to some degree. But also I would argue that actually these jobs, you know, sometimes are so, I mean, some people feel good about them, and it's kind of predominantly kind of male people that have like these jobs. I don't know why, actually. There are a lot of men just like standing on the street, and I mean, I guess there are also a lot of women handing out flowers and stuff like that. There are a lot of people doing these jobs, but I don't know how most of them feel about it, right? I feel like the Japanese society is kind of very specific, right? It's really hard sometimes to know, but I feel like if we could help people not having to stand on the street while it rains for like hours and then just to hand out flyers, I think that would be better for most people. If we could somehow get them the money without them having to do that, would be kind of nice. Yeah, and also having multiple jobs. Like the US, for example, is also quite common for people to have more than one job. And all these things, it's just like so sad, right? That's why I think AI is going to be really nice if it works out. It's freeing people from jobs they don't want to do. Ah. Why free? It sounds like a terrible L for her, to be honest. It does not sound win-win. It sounds like a big L for her. Yeah, I think you should not do that in real life. Pay your people. Don't pay them in some weird. I mean, you can if the person agrees and you're not abusing her, I guess. But it feels like weird. So is this actually gonna Is this actually gonna work endlessly? There must be some kind of limit to this, right? We can't just like loop the days endlessly, right? Can we do one now? I think so. So there is an exploration and a combat commission. I think combat commissions, I think the size basically here indicates how complex they are. I think their combat is going to be very short compared to the other ones, and we're just going to start with those. Oh wait, before I do this, I completely forgot about it. There was the training here. Let's do the perfect dodge training. I think we don't have any choice here, so. Wait. So this is basically the tutorialization we already did ourselves. Yeah, you have iframes, and 2 dodges will lead to a short cooldown. And when you're about to get attacked, I think that's when you basically dodge after you see the blinking effect. You can do a perfect dodge. You can also dodge neutrally backwards. It's basically like Souls games handle it. And you'll also be invulnerable again, and you can immediately press attack to do a dodge counter. And a dodge counter deals high damage and effectively interrupts. So there's like some kind of hit stun going on with those things. Okay, good. Yeah, you can see. It's cool, right? It's a cool system, actually. I really like how it feels, like the slow down and hit stun and everything. It's just like really nice. Oh, that was not good. Do we have to beat them? Actually, don't know. Oh, by the way, what I really like is putting... I think my control scheme is kind of goated, to be honest. I wasn't quite sure about it initially. I'm going to show it to you so you can see it. I basically did it like a My Souls combat system, or Genshin Impact combat system controls. I think they're kind of nice. Why interact B? You can leave it on A, actually, if you want to. I just have interact on B because like dodge usually is like mutually exclusive in a lot of games with interact. So for me, B is interact because you don't do it that much. Dodge A because I'm on an Xbox controller, and like I mean, I guess some PlayStation's also like that. Like the way to A is like the shortest. For me, the distances for the buttons are basically A, X, Y, B from a distance perspective. So yeah, it's kind of that's how fast I can access them. I like having the special attack on RT and the basic attack on RB. The reason is why I can move the camera without target locking and still attack, which is really nice. So yeah, I can move camera. I can move the camera while dodging. I don't think that's too important though, because usually you don't dodge as much as you attack. So yeah, you do have a slight, I guess, like delay, but against bosses you're going to be ready anyway. My ultimate is on Y, just because you don't use it that often. You could actually argue I could put my ultimate on X instead of Y, which just thinking about it is kind of a good idea. Why is my ultimate on Y? It is basically Genshin Impact leftovers, I guess, because I usually use jump on X in Genshin. So why is that? But yeah, let's change it for X actually. I don't know why I've been on Y. Okay, so now we have previous character and next character. I don't think previous character is that important, so it's on LT for me, which is easily accessible. But this one is basically the next character is the parry button, right? And I think the parry button here is really cool because you always have it accessible at all times, so you don't have to move any fingers, so you can always counter. Like literally like Sekiro works. And the chain attack left right is basically still RB and LB, which is kind of nice because if you just attack right and you get the chain attack and you know when you're gonna get it, you don't have to move your fingers at all. So you can literally just do the character swap every single time easily, and you don't have to press a different button. So it's really, really nice and easy. Lock on like an Elden Ring, and the other ones are not that important, I think. But actually, I think like not having the ultimate on Y is kind of nice because it's like faster to press. So yeah, kind of good. But also, obviously, have interact on X if we want to instead of B. This is free here, but I don't like to change my control scheme too much. Yeah, but actually I have it on X because I'm not gonna play Genshin for any time soon. Because if I go back to Genshin, obviously I would have won it on Y, so it's like, you know, it's the same. But since there is no jump, it's gonna be quite nice. Okay, yeah, that's basically what I think is a good control scheme for a lot of people. The main drawback being dodge, not being on the shoulder buttons, and you will have to, you know, I guess like press it. I mean, the reason why I don't like it on triggers because it's like slower and you know what, whatnot. But I really like having the special abilities on the triggers and everything. It's really nice, by the way, that you can customize also your interact button and everything. The game really does a fantastic job of actually giving you like agency over your inputs, which is always very nice for a game you're going to play a lot of time, right? If it's like a single player game and you can't remap stuff, it's kind of unfortunate, and you know, then using tools to do it is kind of okay. But if it's a game you want to play every day for maybe a year or so, or even more, I think it's like very, very important that the controls are actually really optimized and fit your suit your like playstyle. Hey, let's continue playing here. We're gonna claim the rewards at the end. Perfect assist training. You really should do these trainings, by the way. If you don't like these things, first of all, they give you rewards. Second of all, it is really, really, really important to actually, I don't know how important the buffs basically are, right? Is it important to have the fraction bonuses, which limits like the potential combinations of characters, I guess. And Genshin wasn't like the most important part, but it was quite important. Okay, they're explaining the enemy while I can't see it. Okay. So I think like the important part basically is in Genshin that I never realized is that actually the bonuses from the groups were not only active in domains. I don't know why I thought that was the case. I never, for whatever reason, I played it for over a year, or years, I guess, and I never realized, wait, the group bonuses are active at all times. I think it's so stupid. Such a small thing I missed, right? But basically what I want to tell you is, do these things so you understand the combat system. If you don't, you're just going to be button mashing, and then it's going to feel boring, and you know, you're not going to feel like you have a lot of agency about what is happening. Yeah, so basically the idea is, as soon as you do the gold flash, you can press the, you know, character swap button, which in my case is LB, right? Because you can just the left bumper, and you can basically just like parry like in Sekiro, which is really nice. And then you do a perfect assist. As you cost assist points, you get the assist points back by doing chain attacks, which is the attack where you select one of two characters. And yeah, that's basically how you get 1 assist point. Or if you do your ultimate, you get 3 assist points back. So there's a limited amount of parries, which is important. Okay, so... And they cost different amounts of assist points based on the attack strength and the character properties. So there's basically characters that cost a lot of assist points to parry. So you might want to think about which character basically you're going to parry with. As I parry, it's actually not parry. It is actually parry or slow motion dodge. So yeah, but you can basically press the button and then you can press attack to follow up, which is usually a good attack. I'm going to show it to you in the character stats in a moment here. And under certain circumstances, if you activate perfect, will temporarily turn the screen black and white, during which this cannot be executed. I don't know when that happens, but we'll find out. Yeah, these are the two varieties. Defensive assist is basically the parry. I mean, it's literally the parry. And it has a lot of daze and interrupts the enemy, so it's an easy way to stun and then get further follow-ups, which then again give you more parries, so it's really nice. And then there's evasive assist, which will do a vital view, during which all enemy actions are secretly slow. So it's like a slow motion, like bullet time. Maybe you have played Bayonetta or something. So basically like the Bayonetta witch time. And yeah, that one is kind of nice, but the reality basically is some attacks can only be done by either, and you will learn that I think in the next screen. But yeah, they're suited for countering different types of attacks. And now there it is. You will see sometimes a red cross. Red cross means the next character you're gonna select does not have the proper parry type. And I am not sure if actually using previous and next character in this case would allow you to counter attacks that you can't counter usually. So if you have to know that, right? Imagine you have a dodge and a parry character, and you could select them by either going next or previous character. I actually don't know if you can parry with the previous character button, because you can see on the screen there is no previous character button on the screen. So I think it might actually only be able for the next one. So the next character button is really important because I think it's like the parry button. Okay. So yeah, so if you don't have the next character active, you can still do it, and you will still do a perfect dodge, which is, you know, still safe. So you can still use it just to swap to the next character in a safe way. Yeah, so it's not bad. The game doesn't punish you for trying to parry attacks or dodge attacks in a non-optimal way here. Okay, so this is really important, right? Incredibly important to actually learn this. I'm gonna try to do it with the previous character button so we find it out. Yeah, you can actually do it, right? So you can actually swap backwards to, I think. Wait, actually, are you? Wait, don't kill them. I want to see about this. If I do backwards, I should do Nekomata next. I'm gonna wait for him to get out of stun to test it. Yeah, you can actually go either way, which is kind of unintuitive, I guess. We can swap endlessly between two characters if you want to. Right? Which is kind of funny. Yeah, so actually you do have to care about that, I guess, for high-end gameplay, but I wouldn't worry too much about it yet. So they're like literally two parry buttons. And now we have ultimate, and fuck him. Okay. Assist follow-up. Ah, yeah, right. So after perfect parry, what we do here is basically we attack right like this and do an assist follow-up. And I can show you here. You can always look at the skill info. You can look at the just inputs you can do, but you can also look at the details. And yeah, I'm kind of interested in actually looking at this for a moment. I think the scalings on here chain attack. So the assist attack is not that yeah, so there's a quick assist, which is basically triggered differently by knocking down, or just like skills can trigger it. But then there's like also the evasive assist, so you evade basically. And then you have the assist follow-up fatal shots. So, and then you have chain attacks, which are really strong. Like chain attacks are the big damage dealers together with the ultimates, as far as I can tell. Most characters. I think it's also really important to learn which attacks you have to hold and which you can't hold. You have like endless energy in this one? I don't know. Okay, now they're going to teach you about status effects, which is, in my opinion, also really important, but not as important as the parry, because you're just gonna do it naturally. It's really important, don't get me wrong, but it's not something you have to actively input, so it's a bit less important. I think the parry is like the most unique. Dodging and parrying is like more unique, especially when it comes from Genshin. Like parrying is very, very rare. There are certain characters like Beidou or whatever you can parry manually, but here's like a core mechanic. Okay, here, when a character does deal attribute damage, anomaly buildup is accumulated, and you can see it on the right side of its HP. So the small blue icon here has like a circle that fills, and once it's full, you're going to trigger the effect. Yeah, and is related to the character who inflicted the buildup and their contribution. So yeah, that's actually interesting. It depends on the characters. Some characters might have special effects on the anomaly, so it's not always the same. So yeah, so what we do here is we just attack and we try to trigger shock by using a special ability. And now the enemy gets shocked. And if you don't know what that does, as always, you can look here. You can look at you see electric damage. Can you actually look at yeah, here? Okay, shock causes the target to immediately suffer additional electric damage. So it does, you know, additional damage when you attack them. And on enemies with weak to electric can interrupt their actions too. They're like weaknesses, usually against 2 types. Yeah, so now when we attack them, you can see we do an additional shock damage right after doing shock, so that's nice. Oh, he's so fast though. Oh, I can't parry him? No, I must be able to. I'm just too slow, I guess. I don't know. I can't parry in this one, I think. Oh yeah, they want me to interrupt it, right? I think. Here, applying another type of attribute anomaly to an enemy that has already been afflicted with one overrides the original one, causes the disorder effect. The disorder effect is calculated based on the original anomaly, dealing additional damage and accumulating days. So you can get 2 rocks basically on the enemy, and then there's like bonus damage. So there's like some kind of synergy between swapping them. I actually don't know if this like is an if this is like an elemental reaction type, they're difficult multipliers between different elements, or if it's like independent of the elements and just like based on... I actually don't know, right? This one is actually not explained in too much detail, but it seems to be there seems to be some kind of synergy. So now he's like shocked, right? And now we can go here and do physical on him. Maybe, I actually don't know. Yeah, disorder 700. In general, there are not a lot of full auto skills that usually, you know, take away agency. This one is so fast. Holy shit. Yeah, I didn't know about the disorder effect. I actually don't know if the game ever taught you that. So definitely do these tutorials. They will teach you the mechanics with examples nicely. Cooperation exercise. So I think now we're gonna learn about how to get other characters on field. I mean, obviously, if you played this far, you should actually know these things. Not that you should, but you probably know these things. But it's definitely nice to get a little, you know, refresher. At the third hill of enemy space attack, hold down or pause for a short time and back into your space with Thunderbolt. Okay. This is character specific. So you can do 3 attacks, which is I'm gonna show you quickly. 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Third attack hits 2 times. So after that, pause and then you can do this. If you want to, or you can hold the button. 1, 2, 3. Just hold it down. Oh wait. Like this. Yeah, so I think holding down is more intuitive than waiting, but you can do it both ways, which is nice. Yeah, and special attack more quickly, or press your attack more quickly. So it is a bit faster. I actually don't know if that's that valuable. I think, yeah, actually does way more stun if you do it like that. Yeah, she will do increased days. So it's really important to actually time her special attack, which I usually don't do actually, but I should do. I kind of ignore these things often, which is honestly quite stupid. I don't remember her 4th attack here. The 3rd hit and the 4th does electric damage. Okay. Yeah. You should definitely learn this. This is like really important. And there's a reason, by the way, why you might say, isn't it dumb that her 3rd attack hits 2 times? No, and I'm gonna explain why it's smart. Why is it smart? It's smart because it gives you time, right? If I want to attack immediately after this attack, basically hitting 2 times. It gives you a lot of time to know when you have to press the next button. You don't have to do it immediately, right? If there was only one attack, you would have to instantly swap to that. So I think it's really, really nice, right? This is a good thing. At the start, it might be confusing because you can't count these attacks as easily. It's just like, let's go again for her, right? This one also hits twice, I guess the first one. Like this. No, it doesn't really. So yeah, actually this hitting twice is such a good move. I don't know how she works, so I can't talk to about anything here. She does have an assist when it comes to that, so that's kind of nice. Yeah, and being able to target lock is such a nice thing against big bosses in this one. I don't know how to play him, so don't worry about me being complete ass at that. Yeah, now I just spammed it, right? That was a mistake. You should never spam it. You should always try to go for the combo. Yeah, and I think honestly you want to do your ultimate when the enemy is stunned for maximum damage, but honestly I'm not sure. Okay, I fucked this up royally. Yeah, but like I said, I like the combat system. It feels really nice and has a lot of intricacies. And yeah, learning the characters I think is going to be really rewarding in this one, because I think every character is kind of nice. So now they're going to teach you every single character here of the basic squad. I wonder if every character is like this tutorial. I guess they do actually, if you do their trial. But I don't know if they have a video for them all the time. Okay, now you might say, hey, you can learn the character. I already argued I'm not going to learn the character. Right. So I'm not going to learn him. I'm just going to do the objectives here because I don't want to play him. So why would I want to know how he plays? I don't care. I can do this whenever I want to learn him. Learn a crouch shot, move the joystick from a rolling shot. Oh, that's cool. Oh, nice. Okay, nice. Now we can just play. Yeah, like I said, I'm not interested in learning characters. I'm not gonna play, so seems like still kind of fun. Yeah, I don't know why I just used the skill immediately like a complete moron, but yeah, usually just go instantly for the skill instead of doing the combo, and I don't know if it's good or bad, because like I actually don't know if I should actually care about doing it in the combo. Probably I should though. He said and instantly doesn't do it. Actually doesn't, I don't know, actually doesn't matter. Against these, against bosses for sure, but against... Yeah, what I wanted to try actually does using your special attack. Doesn't that actually do a counter? So he does this weird thing where he does all the attacks. Yeah, so you can press special or normal attack actually to do the counter attack, so the game doesn't restrict you at all. Okay, that's kind of, I'm kind of doing the most brain dead. It's kind of interesting that they just go for a standstill and not like keep the slow motion going slightly at the end. Operation Exercise Nicole. I also don't want to learn Nicole for now, so I'm also gonna ignore her mechanics. Especially the details. Yeah, whatever, I don't care. I don't want to learn her. I already reload to gain. I don't know how to reload. Launch an enhanced basic attack. I guess it is enhanced because I did a special and then I'm getting it or something. Shit. I don't know how it works. So we're just gonna mash and hope for the best. She has some kind of cool grouping ability like Venti. I think the Ghost Lady also has that. I'm really interested in actually getting her because I like her. Yeah, for big ones I target lock, for small ones I don't think it's like necessary. I actually don't know how she works. But you can charge it. Oh, she shoots 2 times then. Yeah, I don't know how she works either, so... Guess you can hold it down. Oh, it's the pizza cutter from Elden Ring, right? That's really cool, actually. She's not that good, I think, from the tier list I've seen, but fuck tier list that early on. And honestly, if we know anything from Genshin, we know every character is going to be somewhat viable if it's not called Deia or something. Yeah, so I think like there's a lot of viability here. Is there more? Oh, there's so much. And you can learn only characters you have. That's so good. I like this. There's actually a literal tutorial for all of them. Don't want to learn Anthon either, so sorry about that. We're just going to skip that. But we can do it any moment we want to play a new character, right? So you can come back here and do the combat tutorials for them. Because remembering all that is going to be complete ass right now. When in burst mode. This burst mode? I think so. How long are we in burst mode? I actually don't know. The enemies look cool. Man, it's basically I'm not playing... it's basically like I'm not playing Zelda. Because we're not fighting hillagers, which are literally... Yeah, I don't know. I just, you know what? This just feels like its own game. While Genshin feels like a Breath of the Wild clone in some degrees, this basically feels like a completely unique game. From an art style perspective. Yeah, I guess Genshin got a little bit off on the wrong foot. If you put it like that, I guess. Yeah, you can also block attacks by just doing random shit like this. The dodge counters are really important, and you can see attacks off screen, so that's nice, right? You have like a nice visual indicator for that. We're kind of not doing a lot of damage here. Oh, we can't see the enemy with this one. He's so big. What the fuck? Like heavy weapons in Elden Ring. Oh, now it costs energy to do normal attacks. I was always wondering, how do you deplete this fucking energy? Now I know. This guy never attacks. I think my characters don't have dodge. I don't know how to play any of them, so... I mean, I know how to play her, which is, I guess is nice. Yeah, and like I said, all the downtimes you're seeing here is because the characters are not built in an efficient way. That they don't have enough, like, EX gain, whatever you call it. We can look at it actually, what is called the stat before we continue here quickly. What is the stat called that regenerates stuff? The anomaly mastery is more build-up rate. Oh, every point is 1%. That's actually nice. Efficiency. Change to damage, inflicted penetration. Based on the ratio stat when attacking an enemy. And this one's just like a flat pen. And here we have energy regen. The amount of energy agents recover per second in combat. I think this is the energy we need for skills. This is how much we get your energy regen from hitting enemies. So you have to guess, you have to have both a little bit. Then you have an energy limit. That's how much you can stack up, I guess, which might be fixed per character. Maybe you can increase it by getting constellations or, I know, passive talents. And there also should be, these are elemental damage bonuses. Like, I think they're quite self-explanatory, which is why they don't explain it. But you also should have, as far as I know, but you don't know if you can actually increase your whatever it's called, beat score or whatever, like by adding stats. So maybe there is just like other ways to, I mean, I know there are passives from characters that increase it. Yeah, so I actually don't know if there's like a way to actually get more ultimate by increasing your stats. But you're definitely gonna get more skills, which then again leads to more ultimates naturally anyway. So there, I guess it's like a self-enhancing thingy here. Okay, Corin. Corin also don't want to learn you. Sorry, I actually don't want to learn any character that I'm not using currently. So, we're just doing it for the, I guess, impressions and rewards for now. You can also hold this one. Wait, what? Hold or continually press. Oh, at the end or what? Interesting. Yeah, what does assault damage do in the game? Assault damage, basically, we can look it up again. Assault does interrupts to the enemy and deal always, cool, and deals massive physical damage. Flinch increases the days the target takes for a time. Okay. It's like basically stun. Fucked up. I wonder if they're like our characters or someone else's. I actually don't know. I think attacking 3 times is actually not worth it, because you're, I mean, against these enemies, because you usually would want to parry before that happens, so you don't even have time to do it. I do wonder if I play her, if I can just hold the attack button down after the first time. Yeah, you can hold it down after the third press. 1, 2, 3. Okay, but 1, 2, you can't hold it, right? Yeah, just let me practice. 1, 2, no you can't. 1, 2, 3, and now you can just hold it instantly, which is nice. If we're just like trying out stuff here. Yeah, pizza cutter him! Huge single target DPS. We should be almost done here. Yeah, her we definitely want to pay attention to. Lucy, and Lucy seems really fun to play, honestly. I like Lucy a lot. The reason we're not playing her is because I actually don't. Okay, let's see, what does she do? She has Frost, which is nice, first of all, but... She seems very complicated, to be honest. Even though I read her stuff, she always seems like kind of weird. Yeah, I think the explanation of fly the flag is kind of weird. Now we have full vortex. And now I think they want us to go into fly the flag. Hold the special attack button and Sukaku will initiate fly the flag, dealing ice damage. When fly the flag hits an enemy, it triggers a quick assist and grants you a buff, a Sukaku or an ally. When Sukaku has 3 stacks of vortex, she activates fly the flag, she consumes all stacks and enters the frosted banner state. So I don't know if you want to swap. Now we're in the frosted banner state, and I don't know if like now it's worth attacking, right? I actually don't know. In the frosted banner state, we can launch enhanced basic attacks and enhanced dash attacks, dealing massive damage, massive ice damage. This skill can be triggered up to 6 times and lasts up to 45 seconds. So you don't have to use it immediately, maybe? I don't know if it's like retained off field. First of all, we need to charge up, right, like this. And then we do fly the flag. Now she goes into her thing, and now we do the enhanced basic attacks. I don't know how massive they are though, but... Hey, we're learning her. This is getting kind of nice to get the tutorial here. Okay, so as always, just start with the ultimate, because I don't know why. She gets full points now, so now what we can do immediately is we can literally just go into fly the flag like this. And now she is like in her full... I think after her ultimate, right, she also gets a bonus after a while, I think. She goes into the super mode or something. She needs a lot of on-field time, which I think is gonna be not that great. I like that you can just parry whenever you wanna parry. Spits like the shit out of him. Fuck you! Just spamming the attack on him. Yeah, you don't want to fly the banner right away. I guess maybe you want to do it to get the buff. I actually don't know. Did they ever teach me what our ultimate does? Actually, I don't think they ever taught you what your ultimate does, because I think our ultimate, I'm bad at navigating this. Okay, I think our ultimate basically, here, Jumbo Putting Slash. Upon activating this skill, other squad members recover 10 energy. Next character switch gains additional 20 energy. The character enters the mask state crit rate by 15%. Yeah, so we basically want to use it on her if we can. So just like here, like this. Shit on. And then we could go into the fly the flag state and do mega damage. I wonder why she support though. She buffs, yeah, but she also has so much on-field time, which I guess makes like the support role more like about buffs, I guess, put in the potential buffs. Yeah, she's gonna be really fun to play, but I don't actually know. I'm not gonna learn her because I'm not using her right now. I think she's a very fun character. Summon a guard board. Well, I don't know how, honestly. Guess by attacking you summon them? I mean the guard board is here, right? Oh, press this one to summon it. That's fucking interesting. Now he's burning. I actually don't know. We should obviously, if we want to know how she works, we should read it. Cheer on. I like her as a character. Really cool idea with the spawning minions, and you can just go there and like blast the shit out of them. I learned nothing, but that's fine because I didn't want to learn anything. So she has some kind of weird AoE going on. Kind of nice. I can also go for her ultimate. It's like I think, yeah, a mega nuke. The attack, can you see that? That's cool. They can combo though, it's interesting. I actually don't know how that works. I actually don't know if you should do special attacks when you don't have the energy, like the EX move without energy. If it's worth doing or not. Honestly, if you play this and you're not having fun, I don't know. Is Withering Waves that good? No, I'm literally just, you know, I don't know. It's a fun combat system. It's literally, it is fun. I like it better than Genshin's, right? For sure. It is objectively better than Genshin's when you look at how it's designed. Obviously, it might feel different for you or whatever, but Genshin has so many flaws in its combat system. And also the way you change characters is so like annoying with the I mean, it's not annoying, you get used to it, right? The cross system where you like do your rotations. But it's just like, if you would play this and then Genshin, you would feel like Genshin is kind of cumbersome. And this one doesn't feel cumbersome at all. This one feels like very well designed and super... I don't know, it feels very nice. Right, it just feels very, very nice. So we almost did all of them. This is really, really recommended, by the way, to try this out to learn your characters. Yeah, we also wanted to look into the different attributes just quickly again. So she's also physical, so, I mean, no, she's assault, right? And freeze, what does freeze do? I think it just like basically interrupts the enemy or something. Dealing ice damage accumulates ice attribute, triggering freeze and frostbite effects. Freeze immediately immobilizes enemies, preventing them from taking action for a certain period. Shatter is activated when freeze ends. Controlling any movement, dealing ice damage. Okay, cool. Frostbite increases the crit damage taken by the target. It's a little bit like Genshin, I guess, with Frost and crit. Where you had like the increased crit rate with certain sets. I mean, I guess that's just a set, but it was so important in Genshin that it's like hard-grained in my mind that you need the additional crit damage, I guess. Whatever it was, a crit rate and crit damage, I can't remember details. Another thing I'm most interested in is actually, this one does physical damage. Physical dash attack does ice. So not everything does ice, right? But the quick assist definitely does ice. This one also does ice. Just looking at the things here. Also here, just curious. On your fourth hit does electric damage. Otherwise it does also a bit of physical damage. So does physical damage build physical damage attribute for her for example? I guess it does. So I guess physical is something a lot of characters can contribute to. And since it's gonna inflict daze, I think it's kind of nice. So why is she actually considered? Why is she considered stun? It says powerful control abilities, the build up of daze causing enemies to be stunned. But why? She's not physical, so what exactly makes her good at it, right? I guess it's because she has like the daze bonus on the special ability on this one. Yeah. Invulnerable. Well, yeah, I still don't know how to do the special, how to incorporate the special text without EX with some characters. I mean, with her, it's kind of quite obvious just to fly the flag from time to time to buff others. Yeah, kind of interesting. Let's go for the commission now after doing all of that here. Sure, let's go for combat trial route maintenance. I'm just thinking, right? I'm thinking about this. I think this is an okay combination. Oh, there they are. I'm gonna kill them. So just starting with the fly the flag into the other character here, I think is quite nice. Okay, only the EX version obviously builds stuff for her. I think we are quite strong. There are also like turrets and stuff like that, but I honestly don't know how exactly that's gonna work. Yeah, when do you want to... I actually don't know, right? Is auto attacking or special attacking better? I see the stats, right? How do I toggle the stats? Like this, I guess. It does like... What does it do? Like second hit days, it has multiple hit stuff. Gonna turn off the stats. Yeah, like this. Okay. Basically Crimson Blade. And then you can do like 33%, whatever. Special attack. Anti-interruption level. I actually don't know. How much does it do? I'm kind of bad at switching things here though. Damage multiplier, daze multiplier, 55.9%. And this one doesn't have a daze multiplier, I guess. Yeah, this is way better DPS wise. So you want to go for basic attacks and you don't want to do the special. Is that the same for every character here? I don't know, I'm so bad at navigating. Sorry. So this one does third hit does a lot, first one doesn't do that much. And this one does 110%, which is significantly more, but fourth is way better. So I guess fork lightning is just good for a little bit more days, but oh no, she has daze multipliers. Does she have daze multipliers? No. Oh no, they do. Wait, never mind, they do. Yeah, so never mind. I'll just keep that here. Okay, and is it worth it for her? And navigating these menus is kind of rough. Wonder if there would have been a better way to do it. But I actually don't know. Just gonna have to get used to it. And this is something you don't do a lot, right? I mean, maybe you do it if you really care about these things, but Frosted Banner, so it does a bit more damage. Not too much more actually. Never mind, there's significantly more damage, 600%. I'm stupid. I looked at the days multiplier here. And here we have the special attack, which 33%, 118. But here it's also way better to do basic attacks. So I guess like the special attacks are not that useful unless you want to trigger something specifically. So normal attacks are definitely the bread and butter damage combo. So just look at it, right? 70-80%, 33%, 118, 155. And that's in line with all the other characters here, right? It's 37, 135, and here we have like 110%, which is not that great. And also for her, just like making sure, right? 65, 201, 146, 474, and here we have like 55%, which is shit. So yeah, you don't want to use this unless you have a specific thing you want to do. Dodge, counter, or quick assist. So she really wants to dodge, right? She really wants to dodge. What is effect details? Oh, nobody has a buff. Yeah, we also don't have, I think. Oh, maybe actually, I don't know. Do we have something unlocked here? No, MB we don't have it, but here we have it. Blade banner or additional ability, group set meal. Additional ability. See, that's what I mean. It's really hard to remember all the details even for these characters, so not that important, I guess, but at walk. No, I wasn't looking for her. Group set meals. Ice damage is increased, so she's like an ice damage person. So many things to remember. Dodge counter. I guess dodge counter is really important, but we're gonna do them anyway, but I just want to know, right, a little bit how it works. What is this? Oh, there are multiple sections intertwined. Yeah, so I think here is good just to start with fly the banner. Go for this one. And then get the stuns out. Now we could go and just charge up her stuff. Yeah, I don't know how long you want to stay on characters, right? There's a lot of opportunities for I actually don't know how to do this quite efficiently. Yeah, it's kind of hard to know when to stay on which character, when to parry, when to swap, because you can just permanently swap, and that seems to be very, very nice, right? But 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Yeah, we made it. Yeah, I don't know. That's something that, you know, I'm gonna leave to the cracks with their calculators and which rotation is more optimal, whatever. I think for now I'm just gonna play a very parry-focused playstyle and not focus too much on optimizing every individual character on field time and the swapping between them, because you can literally swap between them at all times if you want to. Can we do another commission now? What is the time of day in action? Oh, okay, because we can't do anything now. What the fuck? Officer Mew Mew. Oh yeah, I could have to write a message to my brother celebrating friend's birthday tomorrow. Okay. Okay, nice. Which is like, yeah, nice. Just disconnected randomly here. Okay. Don't judge things with your butts. What? More than my dad loves my mom. Doesn't mean much, bro. Do you know how many people got a divorce? Yeah, I'm sure I'll find it very easily if they just put a big marker on top of it. Yeah, the game obviously doesn't, as far as I think, at least, doesn't have ray traced reflections, but color me wrong? Does it have ray tracing? What the fuck? Wait, what? So wait, either it has ray tracing or it has very sophisticated screen space reflection implementations, which would be feasible since the area is quite small, right? It would be quite feasible, but I'm kind of, no way this game has ray tracing. I mean, it does seem to slightly change, but that's just the angle, right? Wait, hold up. Do we have ray tracing in this game? There seems to be an LOD kicking in here from time to time, but if it doesn't have ray tracing, it has the most sophisticated screen space Wait, did you see an animation change there? Wait, it has ray tracing? What the fuck? I think it has ray tracing, guys. The game has ray tracing? No way. That's super important to know because it's gonna fuck your performance really hard. I think rendering is like the rendering resolution. You should probably change that only if you have overhead and you're not playing at a high resolution. Wait, the game has ray tracing? Does it also have ray trace global illuminations, shit like that? You know, that's what I mean. It's kind of hard sometimes to distinguish ray tracing between non-ray tracing. Wait. Sorry for not reading the YouTube messages. My bad. Nakamata is good. The game really feels like Persona series. Yeah, I agree. It actually feels a lot like Persona with a time progression, also like the limited areas you can explore. Yeah, so it's kind of like that. People feel a sense of purpose when they do a job. It'll be much worse with higher unemployment. Sorry for being so slow with replying. I should really have, I don't know, YouTube chat is more active than Twitch chat by now. So I guess I should just like pick YouTube over Twitch on my phone. I really need both, so I guess I'm gonna have to get a tablet or something because I don't have space for a second screen. People feel a sense of purpose when they do a job. It'll be much worse with higher unemployment. That depends, right? Because there are two situations. I don't know if you're still there. I'm just quickly gonna argue either way, so if you hear it or not, I don't know. It depends, right? If the person likes his job and does feel a sense of purpose, then you're right. It helps, and it also helps you to get you integrated into society, and especially if people are positive towards these people, which I think they are in Japan, maybe even superficially, I don't know, but they have like this, you know, very superficial way anyway. So yeah, then it can help. But if you don't enjoy the job, then it doesn't help, right? So being unemployed can be nicer today than being employed if you don't enjoy the employment. Because if you really like, just like, you know, you're unemployed, but you like video games and you have stuff to do and you're never bored, right? There are people like that actually. And then I don't think it's that important. But if you need it for self reaffirmation and, you know, like feeling good about yourself and feeling integrated to society, it definitely helps there for sure. So it's like, depends very on the person individually, in my opinion. It's not like an easy yes or no, you know, question. But I think a lot of people don't like these jobs, to be honest. Even if some of them might help you feel integrated, some of them definitely will not be nice. And some of them are also like physically very draining and bad for your health. So I think like some of them really are not like optimal. So I think, you know, today we can really help people get fun out of their existence without actually having to, oh, I want to look up if there's ray tracing. Without actually having to have a job, right? In the future, anyway, right, if AI is going to come in the way is very likely to come, most people will lose their jobs anyway, so we're going to see how people feel about it pretty soon. I hope most people are okay with it to some degree. And then at the end, right, at the end games anyway, you can do whatever you want. You can literally simulate doing jobs, right? Simulate having lives, so we don't need to worry about that in the long term. It's just like an intermediate thing. If you're not already there, right? Back to the simulation hypothesis. Yeah. Okay. This is kind of interesting. When I think about simulation hypothesis, I think about like a meta layer that is maybe even outside of a universe often, which doesn't make sense because the hypothesis basically relies on us doing the simulation in the future. But there might even be this case, right? So there could be so many ways for it to be actually true, which is kind of nice, but also kind of interesting. I think Zenless Zone 0 has ray tracing, which I didn't think it has. Wait, it has support for DLSS 3 too? No way. It does. Very interesting. I don't know if I can actually post here because I have like negative post karma on Reddit. Because I don't post a lot of like mainstream opinions. So you know. Okay, wait, let's try to post. I don't know if I can actually post. How would you even post on this? I'm literally such a noob at Reddit. I fucking hate Reddit. I just want to help people and tell them stuff usually, but... Okay. Yeah, maybe it has really good reflection pros. I don't know if I can actually post it. Flag is, I think it's discussion. I don't even know it's discussion. I mean, it is, I guess, discussion. Yeah, I'm really curious to see if they're ray traced or not, because they have all, I mean, they literally are dynamic reflections, right? You can, if you don't know what the screen space reflections are, screen space literally means what you see on screen. What ray tracing does is basically it renders stuff off screen by ray tracing in a simple way, right? But it basically sees the entire environment to some distance, basically, not an infinite distance because we can't do that right now, and it basically causes the game to be able to reflect stuff behind you. So a sign of ray traced reflections basically is, if you look at this reflection on the ground here, what would happen if it was if it wasn't ray traced? Basically, you can see it here, right? We can see, I mean, let's take the, for example, I think this one was quite nice. You can see the colors being reflected here in the signs. And what happens if a screen space is, as soon as something leaves the screen space like this, it should become invisible. It's often the easiest to see if you're like on a big body of water, like a lake or the ocean, and you just move your camera down. Basically, you will see everything just disappears in the reflection. This gets replaced by a reflection probe. Reflection probes basically are placed by the developer at certain points of the level and basically tell the game what should be reflected if there is no what is out of screen space, basically. It's not as good as ray tracing, and it's a lot of work to set up very nicely. And usually those are also limited that they can't actually reflect dynamic objects. So a core sign for ray tracing is the animated sign here that is literally reflected while we're not looking at the object, and it matches the object one-to-one, right? So that is really important, that it matches the reflections. So this is like almost 100% sign of ray tracing, and I'm mind blown they don't tell you it's that, because ray tracing can be very, very expensive. Can be, doesn't have to be, but the game doesn't run in 4K with over, I mean, it runs at 230, but sometimes drops to 200 FPS on a 4090. So I was kind of curious why it does that, and definitely ray tracing would explain that. So you should definitely look into the reflection options of the game if the game doesn't run well, because if it does have ray tracing, which it seems to actually have, like almost certainly. Just look at this. You can see him here. Yeah, this is for sure ray tracing. Like I'm 99% sure because of the way dynamic objects are reflected here. I think it has ray tracing, and now this is brilliant. I'm going to talk to you about why I think that's brilliant. Because they said it doesn't match the art style of Genshin Impact, which is basically the same art style this game has. I mean, it has a different art direction, but it has the same style, right? The same anime character style. Yeah, it's a blatant lie, right? The Genshin Impact guy telling you ray traced reflections don't match the style of Genshin, or ray tracing doesn't match it, that's bullshit. Ray traced global illumination is just better than screen space global illumination that Genshin Impact is using. Doesn't do anything for the style, it just makes it look better. Literally better. Reflections, non-SSR, ray traced look the same basically in a lot of ways, but SSR is just worse, right? So the guy lied to you, and he's an idiot for telling you that. So yeah, an interesting part is that they do have DLSS support, but they're not using it in conjunction with ray tracing. That now really is like a weird situation, and I do hope they're gonna add DLSS, because that would be kind of nice, to be honest, if there's ray tracing for a lot of people. I mean, I have a high-end PC and the game is not that demanding, even with ray tracing. But yeah, that definitely also speaks for good optimization. This is like really curious in a way. So yeah, really interesting. Sorry, just like quickly discussing it here. Okay, interesting. So the game has ray tracing. That's a big discovery actually, and makes the game kind of interesting to invest from a technical perspective, because that is a huge deal. This guy here moving around in the reflections is a sure tell, right? This one they could have actually done with a very sophisticated SSR, like whatever pro, I don't know what, right? They could have done that, but this guy here is a dynamic NPC that is not always there. He's the tell, right? And I'm pretty sure if you walk around the city, we're gonna find plenty more of these situations where you can literally tell the game has ray tracing. Yeah, the game has ray tracing. This is huge. You can see the ad up here, the Vitasec, right, is moving. And here it is, down there. This is 100% ray traced. No fucking way. We have a MiHoYo game using ray tracing, and nobody fucking knows. We might be the first person that actually confirms this game has ray tracing. That is crazy. I mean, I don't know if I'm the first person, but yeah, that is kind of huge, man. Having ray traced reflections in the MiHoYo game. And that's huge also for you to know, because you want to turn them off. It runs like shit. If the game runs like shit, this is the first thing you want to get rid of. Yeah, that is actually cool. Yeah, nice. So the game has ray traced reflections. You can easily tell by looking at all these dynamic objects. Here you can see the lamp is swinging down there. Yeah, for sure, ray traced, right? I think I'm going to upload this section as a short like YouTube video so people can actually see it. Just like demonstrating it for you, right? Just like walking around, you can see the signs changing. Here you can see like the correlation between those. Here it is. You can see, right, it changes in the real time according to the other one. I mean, there's a slight delay because that's how ray tracing works, right? You can tell the sign here basically changes also off screen. And you can see also here, you can see under, you can see basically the lights right here, these lights. You can see them by looking at the reflections down here. So that is so good. That's so good, man. Yeah, really looking forward to actually letting people know, because this is a huge find. Never expected this game to have ray tracing, to be honest. Just another, you know, and just another nail in the coffin of Genshin Impact. You can literally see, look, these are the clouds up there. I can see them realistically down here, right? You can see this is fucking ray tracing. And it also has a huge range, which is crazy. Look, you can see the buildings all the way back there. Obviously, you can see the details in the windows. The LOD for the ray trace reflection is lower, but just look at how far it reaches. You can see the blue sign all the way down there. That is amazing. That is amazing. Does it have ray trace reflections in Windows as well? No, this is screen space, right? This is this is interesting because it doesn't have it in Windows. I noticed that one before. You can see the difference here. You can see this is like what I called the reflection probe, right? They put a cube and like a reflection map here, and now it's just gonna, you know, do this here, right? You can literally see it doesn't really show you the environment. It shows you what the environment should look like from here, and it only works for static objects. So for example, do we see a dynamic? Yeah, we should see the sign flickering here, this one, right? But it doesn't. So this is for sure a very, inside. Oh, this is inside. Don't worry about it. There's something inside, so don't mind the dynamic stuff here. Yeah, this is for sure not ray traced. So there's not ray traced reflections everywhere, but for sure the puddles, they are ray traced. Now that obviously begs the question, is this a ray traced shadow? I don't know. I'm not good enough at spotting ray traced artifacts from you know, from shadows, right? I'm not that good at ray traced shadows implementations. I mean, I don't think it is, because like it's very consistent, right? No matter where we are, it doesn't seem to change too much in the way of like the way the shadow is rendered. But yeah, very interesting find that we have ray traced reflections in this game. Yeah, that's really good to know that MiHoYo is finally embracing the future of, the current state of rendering, basically. So nice. Can we see the lines move? These might be too thin to actually see. Some objects also can be excluded from the LOD, but which I think they are actually, which doesn't mean there's no ray tracing. This literally means that the LOD for some objects is smaller. I guess the cables here are actually not reflected. But it is really nice to know. I'm really happy about it. Are there moving clouds in the game? I guess they're static, so we can't actually see if they care about that. Are the stars reflected? I mean, you know, the LOD, how ray tracing works is it definitely is based on the distance to the objects. And you can also combine it with screen space if you want to, but I do feel like I'm seeing stars flickering ever so slightly within the puddles here. Might be pure copium. No, but it definitely has ray tracing. Super cool, super cool. Thank you, MiHoYo, for finally embracing. Yeah, embracing. It doesn't have, yeah, you can see, right? This is 100%. Yeah, it is such an easy tell too. Yeah, 100%. I mean, 99.9%. You can never be 100% sure. So does it also have other cool ray trace effects? Like, what about ray trace, global illumination, all those things? The lighting is pretty, but it's pretty hard to tell if it's not that dynamic, right? It has discrete steps and whatever, so very, very interesting though. Yeah, unfortunately the reflections are not ray traced here. You can tell easily, right, the discrepancy between screen space and ray trace. I mean, is it bad that it's like that? I mean, obviously they're also super low res, so I think like this is like not a good way to to do the probes, I guess, right? So there are not enough probes to make it feel realistic, but I think like it does the job anyway, right? It's not a big minus. Obviously it hurts a little bit that it's like, you know, you can see here the reflections also here, they're definitely not ray traced. Like very, very low resy probes here. The flag is behind, don't worry about it. Every time you see something dynamic here, that's like where you have to think like, oh wait, is it? You can make them dynamic, but usually they don't, so yeah, but very interesting. So we have a ray tracing implementation. And why it's kind of curious they didn't go for the window ray trace reflections is because once you have ray tracing enabled, it is basically you know, it is like you can do the same calculations for all different types of ray tracing, like shadows, global illumination, and all kinds of reflections need the same base information. So once you have it going, it's kind of weird not to put it everywhere, right? It does have you know, it has a big initial cost, and obviously every single additional effect also has a cost, but the additional cost is way lower than the initial one, especially if you're already doing reflections. It is kind of interesting to see that they're not like, this one for example doesn't have any reflections on it. Yeah, they didn't go for it. It still looks really good, right? But I still think if you're already starting using ray tracing, why not go all the way, right? For high-end systems. I guess that's the main reason. They didn't want to fuck players that just max out the graphics in every game too much. But that would definitely explain if the game doesn't run as you expect it should, or runs worse than Genshin, we have the culprit right here, like the ray tracing. Okay, but I'm not gonna talk too much about it anymore, but it's still very, very cool to see. And yeah, I'm kind of happy we discovered it right here. I'm not sure if I'm the first person that discovered it, but I'm definitely one of the first to actually mention it online. Yeah, really, really huge. And actually, this is so interesting though, because obviously the puddle has ray tracing, right? But does everything on the floor have ray tracing? It'd be crazy though. But honestly, is the entire fucking floor ray traced? I think it is. I think the entire fucking floor in the game is ray traced. Holy fucking shit. It's not only the puddles, it's everywhere. So even in the sections where you can't see it too well, they are still using ray tracing. So everything here, the entire ground is ray traced. Even these things here. Oh my god. That's so cool. Okay, but now we're gonna continue playing the game. I guess I'll end the YouTube video right here. But yeah, really nice to see, man. I really love teching games, so I'm like glad to see they finally converted to ray tracing in their like. Oh, why is it good in their games? Because they're pretty well optimized. So they have a lot of overhead for adding ray tracing, in my opinion, on high-end systems at least. Sure. Let's fix it. Master this bang boost logic circuit is disconnected. Classic minigame here. Okay. Disconnect the sensory start point to the behavior endpoint to reset the circuit. Yeah, this is like a negative IQ puzzle. But later on it's going to hopefully get a bit more challenging. I mean, puzzles in games usually, unless it's like a really puzzle-centric game, are not that challenging because they don't want that to be an obstacle, right? And if it's not the main focus of the game, usually puzzles are just going to be like the very stupid mostly. But since the advent of the internet, I guess you can make harder puzzles and people can just look them up. So it's not as bad as before. But before, when you made a game that you didn't have internet, you didn't have patches, you better make sure the game was playable, right? You better make sure the player was not going to get stuck and not able to progress because of bad design decisions. So it was really important to make it very streamlined in a way. So puzzles always were like meant to be easily solvable by below average IQ people, right? I'm saying IQ, let's say intelligence. IQ is like actually a stupid metric. Just take something as complex as the human brain and put it, map it to a single number, right? kind of stupid idea. I mean, if you do it right, it might work depending on how you define what you're checking for. But the problem with IQ, it measures too narrowly, right? It doesn't measure every intelligence. I think there are people that are very intelligent in different ways, and we usually just care about the very logic-oriented intelligence. But just imagine you're super dumb when it comes to logic, but your brain is amazing at recognizing faces and emotions and all that things. Nobody's going to test you for that, right? You might be a super Asperger level emotion slew that is like super badass and can really get to know people quickly, easily, but you're like dumb as fuck when it comes to pure logic and math or whatever. And people would usually say you're dumb. But that's not true. You're not dumb. You might be a genius in a way that is not like measured by what we classically quote as intelligence, right? Your intelligence might be very, very much focused in areas which are different. You might be very like good in something else. And usually I do believe that is actually the case for a lot of people. The reality is I think a lot of people actually are very good at something that might not be attributed to our academic intelligence. And it doesn't really help in society that much because usually your jobs are reliant on the academic intelligence part, but still you should know that you shouldn't feel that you're as stupid as people might make you think they are, because usually you will have, your brain is as big as everyone else's, right? The interconnections might not be the same, whatever, like the details maybe, but if you look at physical strength, right, the differences are not that big. And I think with the brain, I think the differences are only that big because first of all, it's a bit more complex, and I mean, I guess maybe more relying on software, not so much on the hardware. But it's also, I think, because people really are different, have different talents, which might not be recognized by our traditional measurement of intelligence by, for example, using IQs, right? IQ scales are like nice to have if you're looking for specific skills, but bad to have if you're looking for like the specific intelligence a human being can have in different sections. So since I'm very good at the IQ scale, it probably means I have some kind of deficiencies in a lot of other ways, right? I mean, I just might have a nice balance too. I guess I'm not like super Asperger or whatever, obviously, I hope. Maybe I am, I don't know. But I still, I mean, I'm not normal, I know that much, obviously. But I still think I do have like a good broad intelligence, but that's definitely means I'm not as good as someone that's like super cracked in one thing. Like a mathematical genius is definitely going to be better in math than me. Even though I could understand everything in math potentially at some point, I'm not going to be like super autistic about it. So I'm definitely slower in some ways. I'm not going to look at an equation and memorize it for the rest of my life, right? I do have to put in a bit more thought to actually memorize things, because my brain usually doesn't like remembering irrelevant stuff, right? So I'm at a disadvantage if it just comes to broad, like specific tasks. But yeah, I just, That's why I think the IQ test is kind of irrelevant, right? Because I do know I'm generally really good, but if it comes to a specialized task, I'm still going to be worse. But I think the general intelligence has a good advantage, basically. The advantage is you're not going to be too shit at most academic tasks, right? I'm pretty probably there is something I'm very, very bad at. I just haven't found it yet, right? But I'm terrible at it. And maybe it's streaming, I don't know. But I found it. But you know, that's what I mean. It's like you shouldn't feel bad if you're not good in an academic intelligence sense, right? Because you definitely have something you're better at than most of those people. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you're going to get like high-end IQ people, you're going to find so many inherent flaws, right? And it might not be even better for yourself. For example, Elon Musk, I think, has a very unique brain, and I don't know if it's like that great for him personally. I mean, just from a subjective feeling perspective, not from a objective what he can do with his brain perspective, right? So I don't know. He would I mean, I think a lot of people would probably, if they know how it feels to think like me, would probably trade with me because I think it feels very nice and not annoying. But then again, I'm pretty sure there are other brain types which are pretty nice to get to just feel good, right? The goal is to feel good. What does it matter if you're amazing at logic and academic thinking if it doesn't make you happy, right? So that's why I think it's so important to just realize that different brains can lead to the same outcome, which is basically happiness, right? And there is definitely probably an optimal brain out there that optimizes feeling good instead of being good at logic and problem solving, right? And if you have that brain, in my opinion, you W it, right? Because that brain is the most valuable one for a positive existence, in my opinion. Yeah. Mine is more like a raw tool to use to get happy, but it doesn't automatically be happy, right? I'm not like looking at a nice picture, I'm like, oh, now I'm so happy for the rest of the day. That's not how I work, right? I'm a very rational and, you know, like non-emotional person at times too, right? There's like a the problem solving part of my brain is very strong, so the emotional part is also there, but it's not always directly connected, right? So I think that's a good thing, but it's also sometimes a bad thing because I do need to sometimes put a little bit more emphasis on, hey, this is objectively good, I should feel good about it. Often it comes naturally, but sometimes it doesn't, and just a little reminder, just like, you know, it's actually kind of nice to have. Okay, we're back at this topic, so now we're going to play the game. Actually, I don't know how long we're going to stream today, but I do want to do a little bit more of the main missions. See, he's sad about it. Don't be sad about it. Officer Mew Mew, you probably have an amazing skill that nobody else has. And even if you don't, as long as you're happy about yourself, everything's good. The comparison is the thief of joy. The truest words ever spoken. Fucking social human beings. Yeah, it's like almost the social aspect of being human, which is so important to us, has become more and more of a liability for happiness these days, because the comparisons are almost infinite these days. I wonder where we can getcha for them. Projects. Keen senses. Find all the lost cargo trucks on 6th Street. Which we did already. Ah. You're best and contribute to new everyday good citizen. Interesting. How do we open this menu though? There are a lot of menus again. Like a classic gacha game. Or games as a service game. Polychrome. Find all the lost cargo trucks in 6th Street. Nice. And this one? Fix wild bamboo or in this metal. Okay, we're getting like cute little medals here, which are all the same symbol, but doesn't really matter. Some citizens report seeing a teary-eyed little guy near the street exit in the afternoon, or they're time-based. Activities near Far Forever Live House. There have been sightings of 2 Bang Boom muttering something at night. So here we go, having like the daytime here. A citizen complained about narrowly avoiding tripping over a moving paper bag near the remodeling shop in the morning. What is the current time of day? A witness claimed to have seen a specter near the newsstand. Okay, so we have a lot of stuff. Maybe these are just unlocked right now. So there's like, during time of day, only for this area here. This is nice, actually. Shall be recorded. Once you accrued a certain amount, you will be awarded all sorts of good citizen medals. Adults and magpies love shiny things. Please work hard to be a kind person for the city we both love and for shiny medals. I'll be stationed here permanently from tomorrow. Come by anytime to play. I mean to give me confidence in my work. Also take this, just some clues gathered from various places about the faulty bamboo. I can't catch all of them, but if there were some citizens able to help, please new Erido will never forget your service. At least I, Officer Mew Mew, will be sure to record your deeds, your kind deeds. Okay, solitary identity. So these are all the ones we can do here. Mew Mew challenges. Each city block has Mew Mew challenges. Complete the challenges to earn Mew Mew's medals and observation data. Can be completed through the following ways: complete city commissions, help repair bongbos, find mini cargo trucks, obtain HIA commemoratives, coins. Oh, okay. You can find Mew Mew quickly through the navigation page. Go this way, I think. Yeah, Officer Mew Mew. There he is. New. Just typing it so it doesn't show new anymore. Okay, here he is. Officer Mew Mew. Oh, what's here? Is it the ghost? I want someone to pat my head. I'm a fortune bamboo. But why doesn't anyone like me? Could you give me a little pat? I'll bring fortune. We've used the fortune bamboo service once, so that will be one Danny. Such a scam. No one told me if it's upwards or downwards. Fortune Bamboo lifts one of his feet, revealing super tiny writing that says Fortune Service 1 Denny each time. Give it a beat down? What the fuck? No. Thank you for your generosity. I keep wishing you lots of Denny's. So this is like the ghost, I think they mentioned during the nighttime. But how do I actually check for these things? Is there like a new menu we can add here? Don't think it is here though. I don't think they're here. So how do I check for those? Do I have to... survive or rescue? Which we can track if we want to. We can't at the moment. I'm kind of still not 100% sure how to find new information among all these menus. It's kind of interesting. Name all of them. So where would I find this stuff? These are medals, I get it, but will this TP to him? So is he the way I can look at it? Interesting. So I could check these if I wanted to, but I'm like not 100% sure if I want to access them this way. Getting a few pulls and weapons here. Okay, so this is like going like naturally here. What's that? It's kind of nice how the wind here is moving the cloth of the storefront. I like that. Cool. Also be able to, if that's like simulated here. See, that's what I meant. Some objects are just excluded for performance reasons from like this aspect. Oh, their range is just like very limited. Here you can tell the range limit, right? So if we go closer, we should probably see them at some point. Or they're just excluded. So they just included this one, not the other ones, which is be fine. Okay, but there was this nice list where they literally showed us all the information. How do I get that one? Like, where is actually the mission log? Right, that's actually a good point. Where is the mission log? Is it like here, maybe? Where did we see the time of day stuff? Maybe it's because we have like daytime specific tasks. Where could we do the tracking? It was like daytime sound. I don't know where it was. Oh, here, schedule, I guess. Yeah, but this one doesn't track stuff. I guess we have to go out of the mission first. It just ended. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna find it. The menu at some point. In the list, which is more efficient than looking for the icons. I mean, it could even be in here. I actually never thought about it. Mew challenges. Wait, how do you do this here? Ah, there it is. There it is. So you open the menu and you go for this icon here, and then you... Kind of nice. That's why I like the menu where you have to look for these. Obviously, you're going to have to learn the attack patterns of enemies at some point, but I will ignore those for the time being. I like it there how there's a mix of like fantasy robots and humanoids. Kind of nice mix. Make combat more fun. So as far as I could tell, the thing we want is our inventory here. Is there another way to access the inventory easily? I guess using this one. Is the mail important? How often are we going to access the mail? Otherwise the mail is hidden, I think, behind these, right? Yeah. I'm just like, I'm pretty sure I want to change these here. This one, I want to use the mail. Yeah, I want to have it on the up screen, because if we are going to use this menu often, I think going straight up is going to be very nice. Quickly access it. But also flick to the right, I guess. The right, I think the right is actually really easy to navigate, because yeah, I think actually the right might be good too, because forward, there's a lot of room for error, I guess. Do I like top more or do you like right more? I think right is kind of unintuitive. Top is like easier to get. Because right is definitely more specific. No, never mind. I think the top's going to be the one I want. Pull or push? I think push actions. I think pushing is going to feel nice. Okay, we have a Starlight Engine. Characters with the... Oh, it's for him! Oh, I get it. We have his specific weapon. Drill rig red axis. I think this one's gonna be for him. So I think everyone has their specific weapon. Which one do I think is gonna be for Nakomata? Good question. We currently don't have these equipped on most people. We're not going to X special attack or chain attack from electro damage from basic attacks can. Yeah, this is definitely for him. Defense character, and this one's like for support. Don't know for who this one is. Maybe for the panda bear. I actually don't know. Interesting. We should still progress further here. Oh, and yeah, we wanted to check the list. My bad. We learn where it is. Oh, obtain via log view. Wait, didn't they use this one to? Maybe I'm stupid. Oh, there it is. Ah, there it is. So you can use this one. Okay, that's kind of hidden. And I don't think you can equip it like in Genshin Impact to a shortcut. So at the moment, I think it is nighttime, newsstand, white spectre. So we did this one at night. Are there any activities for 404 live house? Waterfall soup. Before for Lifehouse and the other one. Let's see, can we do them right now? We could do the other ones, so why not those? Okay, there should be suspicious activity here. No idea what that means, actually. No, here we can just order. Suspicious activity. I actually don't know where that would be. Are you suspicious? Maybe it's because it's not we're locked into thing. The 404 La House. Where is that actually? I don't know. Here it is. Maybe actually we can't do those yet because we never went there, so maybe we need to progress the story further and the game is literally not telling us. So yeah, we should just ignore these for now and just do them whenever we feel like we unlocked enough. Yeah, but very interesting. Hmm. Okay, wait, we're gonna rest on the sofa. So we can't do this one right now, can we? Or can we? I mean, maybe actually. Puzzle, survivor, rescue. Oh, we can do this one? I mean, I guess so. Master. A Pegasus delivery truck and a person moving goods are spotted ahead. Presumably a lone hollow raider. Okay, so we're gonna help him. Yeah, I don't remember the commission. So here we have to hollow robot can be used to place. I think there is a D too much. Place a route for transportation. Okay. Okay, we're setting up the route or what? I'm just exploring for additional rewards. So I think I just have to do this, right? I think we can keep going, right? I mean, I'm not sure actually. You know, that's what I mean. I'm not sure. I think we have everything here, but yeah, I think we do. Do we need to press? I can go to the destination. What? Oh, so I just go here or what? Okay. Yeah, I think we have everything. If we don't, fuck me. Conveyor belt to everyone. Guess we're gonna have to. Guess we're gonna have to take the L because. Yeah, I think we have to go this way and just take it. What did that do? Does it do damage? I can't remember the details here, but I guess after playing for a billion hours, we're gonna learn. I think we, what the fuck did we do? Yeah, I know. Oh wait, we can't keep them? I did not know. Oh, okay, so I did not know the rules of this one. I think the way we have to go about it now, what is this? This is the end point. Wait. So, yeah, it's okay, just restart me right here. Okay, so, yeah, shut the fuck up. I know, you don't need to remind me. Yeah, so we have to do it in one fell swoop, but we also want to get the additional coins. So I think just starting like this, it's kind of nice. Is this still connected? I don't know, honestly. And we have to go for the... Okay, so we're just can't be fucking up so hard. It is restart me again. Okay, we have to go left first, obviously. But I don't know what connected means. Is this connected? Maybe, because if this counts as connected, obviously this should work, right? Okay, so it's kind of weird. Oh, by the way, did I talk about that on stream, that I don't think it's a good idea to have the polychrome be animated in a way that can trigger epilepsy? I think that's a very, visually, it's very, very bad design. You shouldn't have an epilepsy trigger as a core design element for a currency. But I guess the game is so full with it that you basically are fucked anyway if you have visual epilepsy. But still, it's like, it seems kind of a tad unnecessary, to be honest. I think so, it should be fine. Oh, can we toggle it on the left? I actually don't know. Does it show how many we have? 1. Didn't we already do this? So I'm just thinking about how we would plan the routes, right? So I think it's not a bad idea just to start on the left here and then just go chip, chip, chip. Yeah, I think that's actually the best way to go about it. We don't even need to touch this one. Master, the courier is calling for you. Thanks, you've been a huge help. The goods, no worries. My mission is to distribute them to those in need. Can you tell them your internet username? So there's like a different rule set basically while you have the conveyor belts going. It was literally a puzzle level. And I don't mind this, by the way. I like puzzle games, so for me, this is fine. Oh, and you get a fight at the end. That's cool. I was like, oh, is it going to be only a puzzle? Which would have been fine too. But having one combat is kind of nice. I like her shoes. I think your characters, since we leveled them, are quite okay now. For the current, I mean for what we have here, right? Oh, you motherfucker! Oh, you can dodge those, that's interesting. I guess when you want to remain on field, that's when you don't want to parry. Because it takes a while for her to activate the flag stuff. And now she's still there holding the flag. Interesting. Yeah, I'm really trying to learn the combat, so I might be a bit slower here and there, because I'm like, you know, trying to understand what I'm doing instead of just mashing buttons. Okay, this doesn't matter from a time perspective. So here we did a lot of damage with her. Interesting. I mean, it's based on field time, I guess, and timings. Interesting. So we have no more commissions right now. It's still early? I don't think so. Oh, okay. So it's the world tier from Genshin. Yeah, so if you want to go for a new world tier, we need to increase the internet reputation. We need to collect a certain amount of hollow observation data. If we only complete commission without collecting hollow observation data, our contribution to hollow exploration will be limited. Legendary proxy with Pantheon. Now that we have a new account, we have to start from scratch. Internet account info for more details about reputation rank up. Wait, what? One of the requirements for internet reputation rank ups is reaching certain internet levels. You can earn internet XP by completing story commissions, completing battles, explorations, and city commissions in various areas, including HIA, career clubs, like CIA, just HIA, completing other game modes that become available later. The second requirement for internet reputation ranks up is the acquisition of specific amounts of observation data. You can gather observation data through various means. Observation data can be obtained through story commissions, exploration commissions, or Mew medals. Combat observation data can be obtained through combat commissions and combat simulations. More content will become available as your internet level rises. Unlock the level cap of agents, unlock more story content, accept more challenging commissions. Quote unquote more challenging. I mean, I guess to some degree will be more challenging, but at the end I hope there is something like really challenging, like a mode that's really there to grind, but not too much that's not pay to win, right? Just like the perfect balance of challenge and not pay to winness. Okay, let's refresh our memory on how to get reputation raised. Okay. Here you can see your current internet level. Okay, nice. Here you can see the effects of reputation rank ups. Agent max level bang boom. How we do still don't have the bang boost. W engine max level, hollow commission, new difficulty, combat simulation, new difficulty, and so on. Okay. Here you can see the requirements raise your reputation. Internet account level 20. The main story chapter 1 intermission that we did. Collected total of 40 observation data that we did not do. And they count together. Okay. Don't need separate combat exploration stuff. I think up a way to meet these requirements first. Can I go for this? Okay, nice. Yeah, no friend spam stuff every day in this game, unlike Nika. Oh, Nika has a very, very terrible co-op event at the moment where you play with people against a boss, and if one person does one mistake in one phase, it's instantly over. And yeah, and why is that a problem? You have to play yourself in a game that does everything by itself usually. So a lot of people are really, 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 really bad at the game. They don't know anything, and that's perfectly fine, but also really annoying. Right, it's fine, but also really annoying. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of, it's kind of hard to judge that, but I feel like it's a very bad look for a game if you implement a game mode that has a one-shot loss with other players, and it also has different requirements than the base game, literally playing yourself, and it has limited attempts. So you have 3 attempts per day, and if you get an idiot in your squad, you're fucked. So it's kind of feels really bad. Yeah, they really need to fucking change that shit. Okay, there's so much here again. Load all the old stuff if you want to. This is like an anti-ADHD feed. You have so many things at the same time. We have a new notification? Where? Am I stupid? What are you trying to show me? So how come I didn't see this one? Because it's blue, maybe. I didn't look for blue. Huh? Shouldn't it be among those? Oh, there it is. I'm blind. Okay, so I guess sorting by help request info is kind of useful. Because they, for whatever reason, don't put new stuff on the top. No idea what it is. I don't care what it is. I'm just literally doing it. Or schedule. Did you find some info about reputation rank up? Combat Dimensional Musketeer City King of Street Soccer Part 1. So what does it mean now to go for a schedule, right? That's what I'm... AM doesn't mean 6 a.m. I guess. So how do we do the scheduling? I always forget where it is. I guess it's part of the Intronaut stuff. Can we go for the Intronaut like easily from here? No. I'm kind of curious, is there a shortcut for it already here? I don't think there is. Where's the difference between these two? Wait, huh? Oh, this is like the current event stuff. Oh, we're gonna get 10 additional pulls here, and also the other gacha stuff. Adding a third gacha to the game. I don't know about that one. I hope it's not based on... Wait, is it actually based around real money? Because for now we can't buy them in the store. Hollow Zero. Not yet. Okay, just for a moment here. There's so much shit going on. The reason why I'm like kind of confused is because there's too much going on. But at the same time, wait. Do we have to schedule stuff? That's what I don't know for now. Is there like a reason for scheduling? Or is it just like for me personally as a planning tool? So do I have to do it? Or is it literally up to me to do it? Yeah, but I do want to check the store quickly. So far there is no indication of you being able to buy the other ones, but I'm really looking hard here because there might be a way to buy them. So did they add a free-to-play gacha? Which would be very cool and very much appreciated. If the other one was not a real money gacha, I mean, I'm gonna wait for an opinion on that, right? But That would be kind of goated. I hope it is true. I mean, I'm just looking, right? Looking at the bundles we can buy right now. Not seeing any of them here, so I hope I'm right. I hope I'm right. I just kind of thought about it. I should actually have clicked that they should not remember my payment data, because if I ever misclick in the shop, it's gonna be bad. So because I'm pretty sure they're gonna show. I hope they don't show it. They're not that dumb, right? They're not gonna show it in plain text, unless they're really stupid. Well, I'll just not make the error. But still, I should have probably just pressed no and forget my payment data. I usually don't like to have my payment data and stuff. I don't have recurring, but this time I'm gonna, I'm gonna use it probably a few times. So, for the, I'm gonna call it welcome buff. I forgot what it's called in this game. So now we have like the different schedules here. So this is basically the intronaut. We can add. I mean, is the inventory even that important? I guess it isn't. So maybe we should put the inventory somewhere else. So let's just change this a little bit. Okay, let's change it. Let's say we want to have the intronaut right here, which is not available for whatever reason. I am very. Oh wait, because it has a button. You ape. It has a button down there. And messaging also has a button. Knock knock. This sounds kind of weird. It has a button, which makes so much sense now. Now we can do these different things if you want to. Can we track all of them now? Like, just like go through this. So are we still tracking the other ones? No, I don't think so, right? No, okay, so if we track the musketeer, it's gonna do it for all of them. And we can do the intership at night. Interesting. What is this actually? Is this the intership? An older man wants to rent a videotape. I mean, sure, whatever, I'm gonna do it right now. Currently open. Does it ever stop being open though? Isn't it like the morning? I don't know when this resets, honestly. Maybe it's based on progression, the story or something. I actually don't know. Dimensional Musketeer. Check iconic scenes on the internet. Okay, we got a new commission. fight some gunslingers with the hollows. Within the hollows. Okay, why not? Yeah, I don't think we have to look into this every single time, but... So does the world level increase? Probably not. Or maybe it does, actually. I don't know if that makes everything harder at the same time. Like older content, or just enables newer content to exist, basically. Bangbu 18. Okay, we can go fight the gunslingers, I guess. In the combat exploration. Why not? See, that's what I like. It's literally so easy to just get into combat if you want to. Like, you don't have to run around ages and search for something. You literally just get the combat. Stand near a device to activate it and begin automatic data collection. Nearby enemies will interfere with the data collection, causing the indicator light to turn red. Okay, so I have to keep them away from it? Try pushing enemies out of the ring. I mean, he's not in the ring, so... If they're not going into the ring, I can just run around and parry. Wait, don't I have like... I'm not sure. I mean, by pushing out of the ring, they literally mean killing them, right? I mean, even kill them, why not actually? Just fuck them. I guess just pushing them out is kind of the easiest way. Okay, now we have a lot of them. Okay, so just killing enemies here, I guess, is the easiest way. I mean, using direct storage for instant loading times would have been goated, but I mean, you know, it's like, it's a multi-platform game, so I'm not going to be too critical about that. Oh, we didn't activate it, did we? I mean, I guess there is nothing to activate here. Yeah, there is a lot of additional loot. Oh, did we just fucking TP to this guy? I guess she has like some crazy gap closer on her TP. She does too much damage, so we're not triggering the swapping, which is kind of hilarious. Enemies too weak, can't. I do want to defeat these guys though. Is it gonna explode after a while? I actually don't know. Don't know where the enemies are. Maybe I guess killing them is so easy, it doesn't really matter. I guess even if it kills, the stun goes through. I mean, sometimes, I guess. So can we actually go for her now, trigger this? Yeah, we can if we want to. Now she should have the bonus Oh, we should have defeated the other things to get more currency during the combat, but it doesn't matter. It's just like money. It was like 75 additional stuff, so it's almost nothing, right? So this also advances time, right? Yeah, so it's like a different time now. Meet with and talk to him. Yeah, why not? Great, now that was something. I posted a commission online seeking someone who would capture real combat footage. I wanted to relive the... yeah. Ah, now we got a new videotape. Or we could just tape ourselves and... Ah, nice. So we're internet level 20 yet. See, these are the ones I'm worried about. Is this gonna be... is this gonna be a new gacha currency we have to pay for with real money? Or not? I don't know. This is what is gonna be interesting to me, because we do unlock a lot of them at the moment. Yeah, they give you a lot of stuff actually. So they're very, quote unquote, I'm gonna use that in big quotes, generous with us. Because every time they use the word generous, usually they want to fuck you over in games that are free to play. But I feel like they're doing a good job at giving you a few pulls at the start, which is obviously gonna feel worse if you continue playing. So there, you know, the thing is, are they gonna shut down the game if it's super unsuccessful? Yes, right? Obviously, not worth it. Is the game moderately successful? Will they invest into it? Yes. Does MiHoYo invest proportionally to the success of the games into their games? No. Genshin Impact definitely has shown they don't give a shit, and they will rather invest into new IPs, into the IP you're currently using. So in a way, having this game only be moderately successful would be kind of nice, because usually you get more rewards to retain or regain your audience. In the case the game doesn't go well, right? It's gonna become more and more pro audience when it goes worse, right? Because the more successful it is, the more you can be greedy. The less successful it is, the more you have to be careful that people don't run away. So having a moderately successful game that has like the perfect balance between them still kind of doing something for the game, but you're still getting more rewards is always kind of nice. Yeah, but I have no idea. Obviously, this is the game I'm currently playing. That's I'm quote unquote playing Nikke on my mobile device. I'm not playing it's just like auto, but the loading times are really fucking killing it for me. Like it's like if it didn't have these loading times, I literally think you could cut down in half by 50. Cut down in half the time spent in the game if the loading times weren't that long. So I think like Nikke really has an issue with loading times. And I'm playing this one, right? I'm not playing another gacha game at the moment. I skipped Withering Waves because it was like too much Genshin, and I was like kind of already done with Genshin for the reasons I already mentioned so many times. And can we get her now? I mean, how? No, unlocks after beginning main story chapter 2 intermission. Ah, okay, so we get her pretty soon. Yeah, in my opinion, this is definitely a good game. If you are into this, what the game offers. If you're not into it, right, obviously not for you, right? It's not an open world exploration game. If you only want that out of Genshin, it's not that. If you only care about the story and lore from Genshin in the world, it doesn't have the story and lore from Genshin. I guess it's not for you, right? So unless you want to get into new story and lore, obviously. But I think it's a very, very good game so far, and has a lot of, I think it has a lot of promise to become Girl in the Gray Hoodie. yeah, I think it's actually really cool so far, and I'm really glad I gave it a shot. And the reason why I almost didn't try it is kind of weird, because it's like, first of all, it's a Hoyoverse game, and I think they really showed that they're like able to, look at the shadow here, kind of nice. They really showed that they don't give a shit about their games often, and I was kind of worried. You know, I'm kind of worried for the future. Obviously, there's going to be another new Hoyoverse game that's going to come out, and that's going to have a lot of features that this one's not going to get. So I know in the long term they're not going to treat this game well, probably, unless they really just hate Genshin. I don't know. Maybe they just hate Genshin, because it's like, you know, it feels like, I mean, you know why they could hate Genshin? Because Genshin is still a ripoff of Breath of the Wild to some degree, right? So maybe it's like, because it's not their real intellectual property in their mind, they kind of don't feel attached to it as much. So I don't know if they're going to treat this one differently, but in a way, I don't know, right? It is hard to tell. At least it has like ray tracing in it already, so like it has a good foundation for modern technologies. But I don't expect them to actually change too much about how the game is right now, right? So I think it's gonna not like they're not gonna invest too heavily in it. So that's why I'm also kind of like, you know, just casually playing it. And that's why I was also a bit, you know, not 100% in, because it's like a Hoyoverse game, and I'm always like, they don't care too much. But yeah, but the thing, then there was obviously the censorship, but that's like not a Hoyoverse, that's more like a CCP China thing. So I don't blame them for that. I think Hoyoverse would definitely do sexy characters if they were allowed to, which they aren't by their local laws. And yeah, so it's like, not even laws, but the local, like, government, which is like very controlling, and you know, it's like the CCP basically. It looks so nice though, the details. Yeah, but what brought me to here, obviously I was interested in the game for the art style and combat focus. But the real like moment I said, yeah, I'm gonna give it a chance, is because, you know, for me, money is not that relevant. A game's not that expensive usually, so I don't care if it's like 15 bucks, 50 bucks. If I buy a game, usually the most valuable thing about it's going to be my time spent with it. So I usually don't decide based on money too much. So for me, it's not like, because it's free to play, I'm going to give it a shot. But why I decided basically was, first of all, I really like the MC. But no, there's really it's such a small thing. If you, it's a big thing, but it's a small thing if you think about it. This one, the unlimited FPS. This was where it was like, okay, they have unlimited FPS in a game. I'm sold, right? I'm sold. You care. You care to some degree if you have unlimited FPS. Now I don't know where it's on Star Rail and Genshin, but because I mean Genshin has a few bugs with higher FPS, obviously, but it has 120 on mobile. Apple cash out, I guess, is the main reason. But yeah, that's what's the thing, right? Small things matter, right? Knowing that the base is good. Because I know if this game's launched with 60 FPS, we're never gonna see it again with higher FPS, probably, right? They did add surround sound to Genshin later on, but you know, it's like, don't bet on it. It's fucking MiHoYo, right? It might never change. So that's why it was really, really important to me that the base was good. And this small thing basically said, okay, I'm gonna give it a shot, right? If it's ass, I can still stop playing, but at least I'm gonna try. I'm gonna literally try to give it a shot. And turns out it was a good thing I did it, because I do enjoy gacha games. I do enjoy games as a service games if they're not too annoying about it. And obviously, like, you know, playing these games for a while, you realize that even if you get less by playing less, who cares? You're gonna miss out maybe on a character or two, but in the end, it doesn't really even matter, right? So yeah, I'm not a collector. I don't care about a complete collection. And obviously, if you are, you should probably steer away from gacha games, because then it's gonna get really expensive. Yeah, so collecting in these games, not my main focus, just enjoying combat and having fun. Where's this fucking weird chair though? Holy, that is so weird. It looks, I mean, it looks pretty ergonomic, but at the same time, it also looks like weird. I don't know. Okay, yeah, definitely glad I tried it out, and I guess it just shows if you're a dev and there are small things that can make your game seem less desirable, like censorship and something like that. You do have to, and you can't change those. Make the ones go. Be well, right? Also, the fact that you have faster camera in this one than in Genshin is so fucking dumb. Like, that Genshin still doesn't, I mean, it's still, I think, right, I'm talking like half a year ago Genshin, because I didn't play for a while. I think that the fact that you don't have fast camera engagement is like mind-blowing. Like it is so obnoxious, especially the vertical speed, like when you want to look up. And the game got more and more vertical, and not being able to look up and down quickly in Genshin is the most painful part of the exploration experience, in my opinion. But you know, also here not perfect, because they could have added more like intervals to have a more fine-grained control over it. But you know, as long as it's fast enough, I guess it's fine. Too slow is always painful, too fast is always painful, but just being close to being good is kind of nice. Okay, but what am I doing? I guess we need more observation data, which we can easily achieve just by going here. But so the scratching is not outside now, right? That's on a real day basis. So there's no correlation between the real day and the in-game activities, as far as I can tell. And these are also endlessly available. So you should use those. By the way, when do you use those? Since these, if you look at them, wait, can you actually see those though? How can I look at the details of those? Oh no, this is not the coffee, right? These I guess you want to use if you are gonna fight someone strong, right? You can have a buff, or if you need it for the daily quest or whatever. But the coffee shop basically I think is very, very important. She's just chilling around town, which is kind of nice. There's like tattoos on her and stickers on her tail. You mean being a streamer? I mean being a big streamer that makes money, not like me that makes actually no money off Twitch or YouTube or anything. Oh, pro gamer, but I guess pro gaming is actually not the dream job a lot of people envision. Isn't it funny? Pro gaming sounded like the gaming dream job, but actually streaming is, or like content creation is for most, because it's like so different. And also not always, right? Obviously a lot of people are also locked into a niche they don't care about. They're like, I don't know, Genshin 1 tricks and they hate the game by now, but their audience doesn't care about them playing any other games, so they are locked into it. And that's, I guess, the problem when you make a job out of it. You're like more limited in your options without risking basically losing your livelihood. Wait, why can I do these so often? Wait, why can I do the battery charge stuff? I am confused. So there is a way to get more resin? But how often? Physical, ether, tactical tips. Board component. I actually don't know. What would... support certification seal. And there we can just recharge it. That's so interesting, but how often can we do that? So we can have one active. So where's the difference between shock and support certification seal? Support component. Oh, we don't have one. So this we can do once per real day, I think. So it's basically like a resin use per day. New customizable cake. Citywide delivery. Dude. And gift cakes. Isn't it kind of mean though? Because it's like a coffee shop and you're handing out flyers for cakes which are not affiliated. It's kind of weird. Oh, what is this actually? Lara. Something's still missing. Live streaming shop tours. I mean, if a porn star can become a Twitch streamer, you can too. Isn't it actually interesting that actually being a porn star doesn't really correlate with intelligence too much? Because very intelligent people might use their body to make money, and very stupid people too. So you might having like really goated gamers that were porn stars before. I actually never watched them. I know what is she called, Sasha Grey or something. And why do you know about them? Because like the Happy Hobbit, a title. I mean, obviously it was obvious there were like porn stars also on Twitch, right? But why do you know about her specifically? Because like the Happy Hobbit was like talking about it the entire time when this chat was like memeing these worse Souls games than the porn stars. And yeah, is he though? I don't know. I never saw them play, right? Yeah, how do I feel about that, by the way? Porn stars being streamers. I mean, obviously Twitch is a very much targeted at the younger audiences on average. So, I guess that's a bit of a, you know, it could lead someone to watch porn earlier than it would anyway. But then to be realistic, most teens or even younger are probably gonna just go on Pornhub anyway. So, to be realistic, I don't mind because it ain't gonna change shit, guys, right? And simping for some Patreon girls is better than simping for some real porn stars. For me, that's kind of the same, right? So in a way, I think like, I mean, I guess for a porn star, the job isn't the same, right? I think Patreon is basically doing porn without actually doing porn, which is kind of brilliant, right? You don't have to fuck random guys or dudes. I mean, maybe you like it, right? But if you don't like that, that's great. You have a new option. But in a way, I'm not sure, right? Is it bad to have porn on Twitch? I mean, they have gambling on Twitch, like for example, this game. So I think that's way worse than actually having porn there. I think like porn is always something you do have to kind of get your content, your context for it first, right? So if you're a parent and your like child is old enough to understand sex and porn, fucking teach him about it. Don't wait for fucking school to do it. Just fucking teach him. No, I'm joking. No, what I mean is literally buy him a book that explains it well, maybe a comic book or something. You know, there's so many good books also about like masturbation, all those things. So just like, you know, slowly teach them what it is, what the difference between porn and, you know, having sex with someone you love is, and all those things, and what it means to get children and pregnancy and all those things. But if you know, as soon as they can watch porn, they should know about these things, right? About sex, pregnancy, getting children, where they come from. These are all questions you should answer as a parent, not wait for your fucking school to do it, right? And do it in a nice, appropriate way. And then I think it's perfectly fine to have porn on Twitch. It's perfectly fine even for younger teens to consume porn, in my opinion, if they have a context, right? If they know the difference between this is porn and this is reality. And if you have like a girlfriend that's the same kinks of the porn you watch, fine. But it might be completely different, but it might also have overlap, right? So depending on like what you enjoy, for sure it's not, you know, it's not bad if you have this the context. A lot of stuff needs context, right? And yeah, so I think it's way less bad than having a lot of violence, and I mean context-free violence and gambling is way worse than having like context-free sex, right? As long as it is appropriate content, right? So I think, yeah, it is difficult, but it definitely relies more on the education of people. And in an ideal world, would you prevent children from having any access to porn and violence? I don't think so, because it would be hypocritical. I think sex, porn, violence is part of real life. And you should not put your children in an illusory world that's like nobody hates each other and there's no killing, no sex, everything's just like, and sex is positive, by the way. So I think that doesn't even fall in line with that. But even violence, I think, is part of reality. If you want to have a realistic child, right? If your child eats meat and never saw a fucking animal get killed, what are you doing? Go to the butcher and fucking look at what the child's gonna eat. Here, this chicken, I'm gonna kill it and it's gonna become chicken breast. It's not a plastic thing you open like, I don't know if you want to eat M&Ms. It's literally a living animal that's getting like processed for you to eat it. And you should fucking face that when you're a child, because then you're going to be realistic about it. Why do I care about what quality of meat I eat? I mean, when I was a child, we were on a farm and we saw like pigs getting slaughtered, you know, bled out and all those things. And, you know, I wasn't like, oh my God, that's gross. I was like, yeah, makes sense. I'm eating it, so it must have died, right? And good to know how it dies. And then I thought like, hey, wouldn't it be nice if the animal died in a nice way that doesn't lead to suffering unnecessary? And that's how I got onto the entire, like, you know, I don't know what you call it in English, I always forget, organic or whatever it is, like the way of bringing up animals in a nice fashion that they have as good of a life as we can, you know, financially give them. And that's why I always only buy like this organic or biological, whatever you want to call it, meat, where there's like a very, very good standard of living for the animal. And, you know, that's, I think, is so important, not only for the environment, also just like, you know, from a suffering perspective. And I think everyone that eats meat and doesn't care about that is a piece of shit. I'm gonna say it. Eating meat is perfectly fine, I do it too, but if you don't care about how the animal lives you eat, you're a fucking piece of shit. Because animals suffer just as much as humans, or maybe even more, we don't know, right? But they suffer a lot too. So not caring about that and eating meat is like literally a piece of shit. I don't care, right? Just because it's not a human, is also, we are also animals, right? And I don't care. If you don't care that a pig suffers, you're a fucking piece of shit. And that's why I think it's important to raise awareness at a young age, to actually show what it means to eat meat, and not being an illusionary world where then one day you're 16 and you find out the truth and you're like, oh, I've been eating that all life, it's gross, I'm gonna become a vegetarian. I mean, that's fine as a reaction, and maybe it would have been better to avoid the 16 years of eating meat without actually caring about the animals because you didn't know, right? Or you just like didn't, you know, connect the dots. Yeah, I heard everything including the noob girl part. So wait, are we gonna take a picture of her? I actually don't know. Yeah, so this, you know, that's why I'm like always pro being realistic with children as much as you can at the appropriate ages, so the children don't get traumatized, but also, you know, grow up in a realistic fashion, not a fucking illusion of something else. Oh, come on, look how casual this is. Oh my God, look, I spotted her in front of the parking, 24 hours with her. How much is it? This is nicely animated though. What a horrible picture though. The screen composition is terrible. Did this work out for you? Wow, it's perfect. Taken by a complete amateur and ugly. Yo, we got another coin. Nice Sue. Okay, we need more observation data. Wait, do we need observation? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if it's combat or not, right? Non-base combat. So, work hard. I don't think we're working hard. We're really slow and casual about it. I do have to check my DMs every now and then, though. Okay, so the first people on Reddit don't believe it's ray tracing. They're idiots, but it doesn't matter because they don't know, right? That's what I mean. I'm probably one of the first people to actually realize it's actually ray tracing. Okay. What is the plan going forward? I mean, there's so many things we can actually do. It was a good manager. Okay, eye-catching performance. I guess this is the thresholds, but we don't have a lot of influence on that, right? We just let it do its thing, and now it's level 2. I don't even know, what does level 2 do again? 20. Okay, we need to go for... Okay, this is related to the internet level. I get it. So it doesn't have anything to do with actually the performance of the shop. It's like... just another measure here. Okay, so we can continue by doing operation commissions if you want to. And can do an investigation intership accident. Can barely read the tooltips because it's so fast, but I don't think they add a lot of new unknown information. So they move down here when I move up here. I don't think it actually matters too much, but I might be wrong. Okay, so it is kind of like a turn-based Pac-Man right now. But I don't mind fighting them, right? I'm literally just trying to go and look at every single spot. I guess you can evade them if you want to, because they go in circles. They keep moving trash. I mean, is it worthwhile fighting? Probably not, otherwise you wouldn't be able to evade them. So we can open all of them if you want to, or go down here. I don't know why it zooms in so much at times. Yeah, just do it. You don't have to put that in every single time. I wish they would just ask you to open that. There are like walls up here. I don't know what they actually do. We don't want to overpay for this. Oh, I'm stupid. Because we now can't get to the right one. We should have opened the right one to get to the left one. So is it like a restart? And give up. I hope there is enough coins to make it actually possible to get more. Now we're at 0. That was very stupid. Yeah, I do wonder if we have to do it again. Now we don't have enough coins for going down there. What's with the camera? Sometimes it just gets stuck somewhere. There's a hole, probably connecting the two. Where are we gonna get the coins from? Oh, we got coins here. That's nice. This should be a secret, right? Oh, okay, so this is just a wall we can break and then we get enough coins. So I mean, I guess we're not gonna have enough because, I mean, we do have enough, never mind. It didn't matter that we fucked up there. And since there's no undo button, I guess it's kind of nice. Yeah, these walls don't work, right? Because they're like just fixed, but the other one does. Did I just fuck up the wall? No, did I? Wait, what? Oh, that's interesting. So you can just continue pushing. I thought I fucked up because I blocked it, but these are the ones that swap with you, so I thought it was not irrelevant. So I think we have all that we need, and you can look around with the camera here. You can also change, lower the activity if you want to. The camera gonna auto adjust because yeah, what it is. You know, it also has, this has a little bit of like Catherine vibes from the Persona makers from Atlas, right? It's basically Atlas was just the minigame and the visual novel, and here you have like this minigame, visual novel, and the additional combat. So it's kind of, I want to say it's a better version, but what exactly is this? I don't quite get what we're doing here. What is the point of pushing these? They're just there for fun. Is there a secret here? Would there be a point in moving those? I don't think so, right? You can push the construction waste down the hole. Also, I have to push it down. Okay, I should maybe pay attention. I'm actually using the analog stick for this one. I think the digipad could be also kind of nice. I don't think the digipad is inherent. It's good at pressing multiple buttons, but for going left and right, I think it's like worse because you have to move your fingers further. So kind of like doing it with the analog stick, even though it's like not optimal. Can I go diagonally? Yeah. No, I can't actually, so I have to fight him. Honestly, I like this. I don't mind this being in the game. I think it's a good and valid way to construct a level. Yes, it's not like a real level you run through, but is it actually worse, right? I think it just is a more compact way of giving you information that, in my opinion, doesn't feel bad, honestly. I do like it, so I'm not like worried about it at all, right? So I wonder if they're gonna explode if we hit them too much. Yeah, but is there something inside for us? Or not? Or is it just like an AoE to give you additional damage? Oh, I don't have enough. Oh, she should do a lot of damage because she's in her special mode. Unless you're 45 seconds or 6 attacks, so we do have a lot of time for that to work. And people complain that you don't see the character you pulled for in gameplay. Guys, I know it's gonna sound hard, but in Genshin you also don't see them because only an idiot would not use Yelan or Kazuha or I don't know, whoever has like movement speed or like jump abilities get around in their exploration comp, right? If you have Yelan and Kazuha, I mean maybe there's a new one even now, you're usually gonna spam those that are like twice as fast as everyone else, which basically means yes, sometimes you're gonna see them a lot on field, but most of the time you're not gonna see them at all. And usually, you know, here you're gonna see them in combat, and they seem to have more on-field time on average than in Genshin because of how the game is made. I think every single character here is more relevant to being on screen than in Genshin. I mean, I guess there will still be some degree of on-field time more for some certain characters, obviously, but I feel like the way the game has the swapping mechanic implemented kind of feels more dynamic and like everyone's like kind of important, right? Everybody in your party is like a hero. In Genshin, everyone's like more like the person you press one button and then you never see him again for like the next, I don't know, 10 seconds or so. So, I don't know, I feel like the game does a better job of showcasing you all the characters you're playing. But, I don't know. Just me. Wait, no, I'm not finished yet. Wait, why are there 2 flags? Oh, this is the way upwards. I do want to make sure we have everything here, but I do feel like we are Gucci. Can we go inside of this though? No. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, and did I mention that the trailer, the reveal trailer is like so positive on YouTube that I think the majority of the community actually enjoys the game. It's just like a small subsection of like little bitches on Twitch and on, you know, on forums that are complaining. I guess that's true for every new game, I guess, that people complain about, because people that enjoy the game are not going to go online and post a post that's like, I'm having so much fun, so instead of playing the game, I'm literally telling you how much fun I'm having. No, but if you're not having fun, you're just going to go and complain about it, right? So people that complain usually are more vocal in general, especially during the launch period of a game. And unless they really like the game so much, they need to promote it to other people or something. I don't know. Are we done now? I think we should have enough now. Spend the day at my own pace. Notification update. Oh my god. Nice. I like how they literally have animated things. This is really cool. I like that because I'm like, you know, in a lot of games they add like animated pickups like Mario and stuff like that, and Donkey Kong. For me, this is, it feels nice to have like these small animations. And I'd rather have a world that's full with important stuff than a world filled with nothing and emptiness, to be honest. And I think like they're doing a good job at making this place feel interesting to you, right? And every menu also has like a real location implementation if you care about that. So if you want to access menus without going to the menus, you can do that too. Obviously it's gonna be less efficient, but it's nice to have the option, right? Just to know every part has like a real location. I'm so looking forward to the gacha with those though. I don't know why they're locking it so far behind. Is it to keep down the shitstorm at the start that players are going to be like, oh my god, the game has another gacha system? And now we don't have to pull for weapons, characters, but also for like our companion? And I really hope this is not going to be too much of an issue. I'm really curious to see how they did it though, because I'm not informed about that. And I will be very critical if it's negative. Don't worry about it. If it's not negative or even positive, obviously I'm going to let you know. Spend your day at your own pace. Which means we are going to do what now? I don't know. Is there still something we can do? Ah, here, city. Sure, why not? Would have been kind of weird if they didn't have like 100% uptime for this here. It's also funny how they use the persona trick of having like grayed out people at range, which aren't actually there when you come closer. They get faded into real NPCs, which is a way of like culling and, you know, improving performance. But it's kind of funny because it literally is what persona does. I mean, does it make sense that it's this full here? I think so, right? It doesn't feel like they really pushed for an extreme level of... Here's Uma ears. Yeah, they didn't go for like a super busy street style anyway, so it feels like appropriate how many people are walking around here. I mean, all of them are probably available digitally, so... It's true. Pretty sure most people will not have seen a real videotape if they're born recently. Pretty sure my niece didn't see one. But this is why I think the game is kind of interesting, because it really has technology from a time gone by. And I guess if you're much younger than me, you're never going to have seen it. So I'm kind of at the age limit of people that still witnessed that technology. So it's kind of interesting. Because like now we're in a digital world, right? It doesn't matter too much anymore. If you got like an iPhone 14, 15, or an iPhone 10 or something, they all do kind of the same thing. I mean, there are new things obviously coming out there always, right? But just like the base idea is the same, I guess. And now you're getting AI, which is new, I guess. But still, it's like the same idea. But back then, you know, there was like 2D gaming, black and white gaming, and then suddenly 3D the first time. So it's like a real change in, you know, ideas basically. And yeah, that's never going to happen again because we are three-dimensional beings. And unless we evolve beyond that, there's not another dimension we're going to unlock. We're going to unlock like really cool VR experiences, but definitely not a new dimension for things. And it's also so interesting that like what didn't stuck around was like stereoscopic 3D on displays. Yeah, it never stuck for whatever reason. The only device actually that I can remember doing it really in the mainstream fashion was the 3DS, and then obviously the Switch came and didn't have stereoscopic 3D, and most modern displays don't have it either. So it's kind of interesting how this technology never stuck. And then we already argued about that a lot, like how three-dimensional perspectives work. And to put it very briefly, depth perception usually is the most relevant for near objects, right? If something's far away, the differences in distances are not going to be that relevant. So the further away something is, the flatter it's going to be in real life anyway. So your eyes really heavily rely upon the movement section. So if I move around, this is going to look very 3D, right? This is like very 3D. Like this is 3D. I mean, stuttering a little bit because it's like frame time issues, but it is very 3D, right? Yeah, this looks very 3D. But if I stand still, obviously it's going to feel very 2D. But as you can see, maybe, I don't know if you can see it, but it takes a while for your brain to make it flat. Because if you move around and you stop, in your head it's still going to retain the spatial information very well. So it takes an amount of time, even when the camera stands still, for it to be a bit more flatter. So I think since games are always in motion, it doesn't matter as much anyway. And yeah, sure, for close-ups, definitely would seem more 3D, or for still shots or whatever. But I think the performance overhead and like the visual quality from stereoscopic rendering is not so good that we currently care about it at all. The only way I think we currently care about it is in VR, right? Augmented reality in VR care a lot about that because it's like inherent to the technology, and that's I think the better experience. So I think all the traditional displays that are not VR displays kind of don't care about it anymore, and it's kind of interesting how they are still the main focus. So one day maybe we're gonna have like VR headsets, like very small ones, that's the main display. So then we will care about it again, but for now I think it's like very much a VR space niche. And most mainstream games don't really care about that. Which doesn't mean the games are less 3D in your head, right? It's just like a bit of a different thing, right? Obviously, also the size of the display is way better when you have a VR headset because it's like huge, right? So they have a lot of advantages, but I guess like the convenience disadvantage and also like the visual quality currently achievable doesn't make it so nice, right? And also kind of, I don't know why, it's maybe because I'm not old school. I kind of like being in the real world and gaming and not only having a headset and seeing nothing around me. Even with AR pass-through, I don't think that's like cool, right? For that to work, I think it must be way more sophisticated. Which doesn't mean I wouldn't enjoy a VR experience. I just like think for everyday gaming, I kind of like the way it is. Would I mind it being the equal quality with stereoscopic depth? Obviously not, right? But I don't think that's currently achievable in a good fashion. You would still have to use polarization, and it would lead to you having to wear glasses, or like for the screen, you to have a perfect angle towards the screen and whatever, which is achievable, I guess. But then the screen has to accommodate it, right? So either you do it with like polarization and you halve the frame rate, which might be something we can do easily in the future again, but then you still need the glasses, which should optimally be synced, because you know, if you go to the cinema and you watch a 3D movie, you can actually tell like the polarization glasses really degrade the visual quality, right? Even if the effect is cool, it still looks pretty shit. So in my world, there's no optimal technology beyond maybe VR. We currently have to do that. Coach Explorer. Oh, are you trying to push my buttons or something? What the heck are you doing, Rockets? Playing soccer? You call that playing soccer? I just saw you getting smacked by a ball over and over. You pathetic worm. Didn't you charge your battery last night? But the ball was so big, I couldn't even see where I was going while dribbling. How dare you make excuses? You useless piece of junk. Are you planning on embarrassing us during the match with the stringers? Stringers? Those bang boob are monsters that kick our butts. Boo-hoo, please stop scolding me, coach. Heck, I'm not just gonna scold you, I'm gonna kick your butt too. Huh? Who are you? How dare you peek at our special training? I know this girl, coach. She's the master of EOS. EOS? I heard she can transform a lazy bamboo into a martial arts master who defeats all the ethereals in the hollow. Oh, is that even possible? I never heard anything like that. Wait, seriously? So you can turn this idiot into a soccer player? I just thought, well, I have some hardware issues with my waist, and now I can't teach this idiot soccer. But hey, even if you can't turn it into an ace player overnight, perhaps you can show this idiot basics of dribbling. Hey coach, what's your fucking language, bitch? Or I'm gonna kick your ass. There's a soccer ball right over there. Show this useless dude a thing or two. Thank you, I'll watch you closely and learn. So I have to walk against the ball now? So they're using this as a gameplay mechanic. How do I kick though? Or just walk against it, right? Wow, what a kick. Amazing. That was awesome. I think that was pretty pathetic because we didn't kick it, we just walked against it, but... Wow, that was amazing. I can't believe you kicked the ball over so quickly. Even the coach took at least 1 full minute to do it. Hey, don't just get all emotional. Did you see her dribbling skills? Huh? Oh, I was just doing my best to catch up with her. Oh, you're such a helpless idiot. Not even a skilled coach can turn you into an ace player. Forget it, I've recorded her in action. I'll play it back for you later. Let's call it a day for now. Thanks a bunch, here, boss. We'll be training nearby later, so if you see us, please feel free to come and give us tips. Okay, are we ready now? Time to go home, remember to talk to Wise. Hey there, kind citizen, want to keep track of your community contributions. I think we can do a few polls too if you want to. Fucking psychopath. Okay, but I think once we upgraded our level I'm gonna be looking for I'm gonna get ready for bouldering and everything, and probably also gonna eat quite soon. So yeah, I'm not gonna stream too long anymore, but just a little longer here. And also when I stream, I'm so inefficient right in game, because I mean in this game specifically, because there's so many things to talk about at the moment that I usually tend to get sidetracked really easily. When I'm off streaming, that doesn't happen, right? So it's kind of more efficient. So we can pull more times. I still think it looks like feet. I think you could, just one button press for a skip would have been nice, not two. Because you're gonna do a lot of pulls, right? And just like having to press twice for a skip is kind of stupid. I mean, you could do it like this every single time. There's like a few seconds extra for no reason. And then you shouldn't pull for characters, but for the minions. That would be so stupid, though. Yeah, I hope they didn't fuck that one up. But let's see, let's see. Because it does sound much like another real money gacha system. And I hope they're not more important than actually pulling for characters, because then that would have been a big mistake investing all the pulls into this one. But then again, they have their own currency, so I guess, I mean, so Polychrome could have been converted. So yeah, let's see about that once they come out. So I'm gonna criticize it, obviously, if it happens, because if it's like a real money gacha system, we don't need another one. And also don't think it's a good idea to not have it available from the get-go, so you can't make an informed decision about it. Yeah, that's basically my take, and I hope I'm wrong with that take, because it's not relevant. Wow. Oh, fuck me, man. I don't even know if I want to... see, I would love to skip to the fucking rare one, because honestly, I just want to see the character animations if it's a new character. Oh, it is a bunny in something. The rest doesn't matter. Can we look at it though? It's for defense speciality. Pet the bunny. Increases the max speed rating and the cripples attack by 10%. Right, are there healers in the game? So far, I did not see a single healer, and I hope there isn't one. And let me elaborate on that idea. Looks so fucking creepy. Let's elaborate on this quickly. If they have a healer, what will it do? Or a shielder or something like that. It will force you to play that slot as a healer. Usually, if you don't want to be like fucked, or as a shielder. The advantage is it's not Genshin Impact, so you don't have like open world long-term exploration without healing. So playing a shielder in Genshin is kind of unrewarding if you want to go open world, because in domains it's like a limited content, and you get like a healing reset every single time, I guess. I don't even know, I guess you don't, but at least you know when you're gonna fight. But in open world you might get surprised, get hit, and then every time you get hit, like you get chipped down and you have to re-heal up back again. And for that you usually have to swap characters to a healer. And yeah, but in this one I really hope they went without healers, so the team comp can be a bit more offensive and maybe reactive than just like passive healing. Because passive healing is like, what does it basically do? It allows you to get hit and out heal damage without actually having to skillfully evade or parry it. So I really hope healing is gonna be a not available thing here. And if it is, that is like not mandatory at all, which I think might be easy to achieve. It's not mandatory, and not seeing a single hero so far. I think at least. Maybe we have one. I didn't check them. We could look at the characters we have, I guess. Sorry. Yeah, I guess we can look at the characters we have if you want to. Yeah, let's do a few more individual ones. This system actually would promote. Oh my god, we're lucky. Oh my god, there's. There's also a fucking rap. You're a different one. Does every SS pool have a different rap? The thing is, what I don't get is they could have used this system to do like 3 polls, right? Because you have the individual screens, so why not do a custom poll number? Yeah, it would have been kind of easy to do. So what do you think it is? My prediction is it's like some random fucking S tier weapon I'm not gonna use because I don't have the character. Oh, let's go! It's the one my girlfriend also pulled, Soldier 11, not Soldier 76, and she's also gay, but that's normal, right? It's a Chinese game. You're never gonna know if a character is gay. They can just bait it. They can never say it up front because in China they're very homophobic. As far as I know, at least. Maybe they changed. I don't know. I guess they changed maybe a little bit, but yeah, I think they're like not open about it. So you're not gonna be talking about this. I love Northern Line's story about the Korean bar where he went to the Korean bar that was obviously the owners were obviously gay, and he talked to a Korean friend, and the friend was like, "What are you talking about? We don't have gay people in Korea." And I'm like, "Oh my god, oh my god!" The denial, like the worst state. Yeah, Soldier 11. So who are we gonna replace? I mean, you know who we're gonna replace. She's like literally the replacement for Envy. And honestly, like really honestly, and see the guarantee just reset. I like Envy's design a bit better. I think she's cuter, which is fine, but you know, I'm a gameplay Andy, and obviously we're gonna make team comps that are just based around me liking characters or not. So that was her first random rare character, 0.6% chance, very low chance for that to happen, so very unlikely. Oh, an A rank, nice. So we're getting lucky here. Oh, and now we get the W engine again. Just like, oh, you want to replace Ambi? Think again, bitch. Oh, well, maybe we're not going to replace Ambi then. I mean, Ambi is like the default character. How good are they? I didn't look at the tier list, and I don't think tier lists are going to be that accurate right now, unless people really played a lot in the beta. Right, what we wanted to look at is like, is there a healer in the game? Right? Is there like a character that is you're a support? Can you heal? That's the only question I have. Can you heal? No. I don't think so. I don't think she... Oh, she's target defense. Yo. Ah, but wait, is it? Ah, 3.5 seconds. Okay, so it's not permanent. I mean, defense reduction is usually very good in games that have like restrictive, multiplicative damage design. They're like earrings. Didn't they have some kind of water in it at some point? Maybe I just imagined that. I assume you are not support, right? You are support, but I'm pretty sure you also don't have heals, which would be so good. Fuck healing. Honestly, healing is always like a mechanic you need when you have longer periods of fights, and you want to limit that, right? Souls with infinite heals is boring. Well, I guess not, but you could make it interesting. But still, your healing should always be kind of limited or like skillful in a way. And infinite healing can definitely make a game completely brain dead, as you can see in Genshin Impact, right? So I think it's a good thing we're not stealing healers here. I know that some people enjoy healing in MMOs, but healing in MMOs is a bit different because it's like you have to use the skills on people. And it's not like you literally just pressing a button and being immortal, right? So yeah, I think healing definitely requires you to get hit a lot for the gameplay to be relevant. I guess, you know, Genshin basically has a gameplay that relies on you getting hit. This one doesn't. I think this one is a very skillful game compared to Genshin. I didn't touch on that, right? I said it has a cool parry and dodge system, but it actually revolves around not getting hit way more than Genshin does, and attacks being dodgeable and like choreographed in a nice way, and there are good tells for them, right? But this is a very different game. So comparing the two, kind of stupid, honestly, because I mean, you can say you like the one or the other better, obviously, but they're not trying to achieve the same thing. So I think it's kind of stupid to do a direct comparison. They're so different that only the core idea of swapping characters and being a third-person action game, and obviously Ultimates, there are a lot of overlaps, right? But the core idea is not the same. So it's like kind of really hard to say it's better or worse than Genshin's. Also, where it works is very different. Genshin has to work in an open world and has to take elevation into account. Like, it's very different, right? It's a very different style of game. But I think like the combat system here definitely shines nicely here. We have more of them, but there are a lot of, I don't think there is anomaly. Wait, oh, we don't have this one. Just want to say I don't have anomaly so far. Ether. What is anomaly actually? Oh, she builds up anomaly, right? Oboe Squad. I never heard of it. Now I also have her. Like I already said, I think Envy is kind of more my cup of tea visually. I think she's like more interesting than Soldier 11. And not because she's naked compared to her, right? I just think she's like more interesting to me. But I think Soldier 11 is probably gonna be better because she's like an S tier, I guess. She's like anything like Genshin. She's fire and attack, so she doesn't have a lot of overlap with, I mean, she does actually, never mind, she does have an overlap with, where is she? I'm blind. Where's Nikomata? There she is. Okay, so I think it's good. We're gonna replace her. I know we're gonna replace the support character, and I find her really cute and nice. But I think I'm gonna replace her in my team build. So, welcome Soldier 11 to. Don't we have enough for level 20? Oh no, now we do. Need, no, actually, don't know. How do we do this? Oh yeah, now we have to promote her. Yeah, for sure we're gonna level her and her skills too, and her passive. Before learning anything about her, we're just gonna literally just like, we're gonna use her anyway, why not, right? Yeah, we're gonna have to get more fire shit here. And go. Yeah, fire, no problem. We can use the battery charges. They're gonna be worthless later on anyway, so I'm just gonna use them in early game to get a bit more. Oh, you don't even need it. Perfect. I guess you can make an argument for waiting. Yeah, you could definitely argue that you want to wait until we have the challenge for the upgrade. But as I already argued, I don't give a shit about min-maxing, so I'm just gonna do it right now. I know it's not optimal, we should wait for the test or whatever it's called, but I'm just gonna quickly finish this and get her up to speed, and then we're gonna do it again. I really like her visually too, so it's not like I'm not deciding on a visual perspective. I'm just trying to do a good build, right, and see the characters and stuff like that, so. Okay, so if you don't parry them, they can do longer combos too, which is kind of interesting. Fucked up big time. Odin. No. And also she's a bit has a bit long on field time, so I'm kind of like, you know, let's play someone that's a bit brain dead to play compared to her, because I think she's one of the less brain dead characters we have so far. Yeah, nice. Hey, that's nice. Oh yeah, we can still get the additional pull. Yeah, we can do the equipment too, but first, before we do anything like that, I'm gonna finish leveling it. It's kind of really nice how easily you can get their upgrade materials for the skill upgrades. Kind of feels good just to being able to get it so fast. I know in Genshin it was always kind of cumbersome. So maybe I guess it's waiting for the domains and you don't get a lot. So just getting them on 3 is so easy. Again, what? Ah, yeah, right. You had to farm random enemies in the world, and when there was a new character, it was always kind of annoying because you didn't have it already. I get it. Or skill level 2. So I guess this one goes up by using this one. Yeah, we're gonna learn her, don't worry about it. We're gonna play the tutorial, we're gonna learn every single detail and forget everything within minutes, but oh, we can do a skill demo. We can do a cooperation exercise right here. So there is like a skill demo. Basic attack button at the right moment, and so there will fire suppression, deal fire damage. What is the right moment? No way, does she have the timing where you have to go, every time you hit the enemy, you're gonna have to press boom, 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 right? Like the perfect attack basically from like Assassin's Creed or Shadow of Mordor or something. Or Batman Arkham Asylum, I guess. Arkham City, I don't know who did it first. After using X special attack, chain attack, or ultimate basic attack and dash attacks, are guaranteed to trigger fire suppression, lasting for 15 seconds or triggering 8 times. Oh, so you can have timing during fire suppression, or you can have guaranteed fire suppression afterwards. I don't know how valuable that then is, but... interesting. Don't worry, we're gonna learn the details just in a moment here. Basic attack, warm up sparks. Press fist to activate. Unleashes up to 4 slashes, dealing physical damage. Basic attack, fire suppression. At the right moment. Can you elaborate? At the right moment is not a good description. What is the right moment, right? When the right moment comes, you will be happy and rich. That's what you put in a fucking fortune cookie, not in a fucking description of a video game skill. Press attack to activate. Okay, 4 slashes, physical damage. Press attack at the right moment to activate. And a set of more powerful. Okay. Dodge, a rapid dodge, and iframes. Are there different ones? Because they give them a name, but I don't know actually. Press attack during the dodge activation / enemies in front dealing physical damage. So wait, what is your type actually? I didn't look at it. Just fire. Dealing fire damage to enemies that with fire anomaly buildup, which triggers burn. Burn deals continuous fire damage without getting attacked, unlike Electro. Inflicting burn on enemies weak to fire can interrupt their actions. So it's like a dot, basically. No idea if it's like important or not. Okay, let's continue here. Dash attack, fire suppression. Press during dodge to activate. No fire damage. Dodge counter, backdraft. During a perfect dodge to activate, execute a powerful slash against enemies in front, deal massive fire damage. Character is invulnerable. Okay. Press attack during this dodge to act. I don't know how to do a fucking fire suppression thingy. Guess we should look at this one. Triggering fire suppression during a basic attack or dash attack increases the attack's damage by 40%. That's nice actually. This is really big actually. When another character in your squad shares the same attribute or faction, Soldier 11 deals 10% more fire damage. Wait, is this her attribute? Does she share with this one? I think this is the attribute, hopefully. I don't know, we'll see when we build the team. Okay, we're learning here. Quick assist. Quick assist covering fire. When the on-field character is launched, activate Okay, character's invulnerable. When the character on field is about to be get hacked, activate parries. Okay, she has another parry. Maybe we should get dodge here at some point, but doesn't really matter too much. Assist follow-up reignition. Offensive is to activate, charge cross, slash enemies in front, deal fire damage. Character's invulnerable. Okay. I like how they really tell you when you have iframes. Anti-erupt level increase. Set enemies nearby. With enough energy, press to activate slashes enemies nearby, deal massive fire damage. Character is invulnerable while using the skill, and after using the skill, basic attack and dash attacks will trigger fire suppression up to 15 seconds or 8 times. Okay, so then you can just button mash, I guess. When chain attack is triggered, select the character to activate, and this is a powerful upward slash at the enemy in a small area, deal massive fire damage. Character is invulnerable while using the skill. After using the skill, Soldier 11's basic attacks and dash attacks trigger. Okay, so also this one. Okay, interesting. Ultimate Bellowing Flame. When decibel rating is at maximum, press thing to activate, and it's powerful upward slash. In a small area, deal massive fire damage. Character is invulnerable using the skill. After using the skill, Soldier 11 basic attack. Okay, so there is a lot of ways to basically trigger the fire suppression. And I don't know if you can only do it during dash attacks. There's only like basic attack. No, wait, is it like guaranteed? Wait. When another 10% more fire damage, attacks stun enemies, this is further enhanced by dash. Okay. When triggering, so she's good after the character has been stunned. When triggering fire suppression during a basic attack or dash attack. Wait, did I forget how it works? Oh, wait, so we do have to time it anyway. So we're only gonna get the fire suppression if we time it. Button mashing is not gonna work. Oh, so we do need, I was like, why do I need the timing then if I can just like outdo it? I get it. I get it. Crit rate. Ooh, 4% more crit. How much does he have now? 9? 9.8. Ooh, because 5% I think is the baseline for maybe every character. I don't know. But for all of them I've looked at. And obviously we're going to give her a weapon. I mean, this is a really good weapon for everyone, I kind of feel like. Dodge counter quick attack assist increases the equipment's attack. Isn't this like way worse? I mean, I guess chain attacks are rarer, but not that rare, so. I mean, I guess dodge counters are more available. Yeah, that's kind of ass for her, so what does this one do? Basic attack, dodge counter damage. Basic attack, dash attack, and dodge counter damage. I think she does a lot of damage via basic attack, so maybe this one is good. But then again, this one is... That is a dodge counter, but 12 seconds, 12% flat damage. I think this one's probably going to be better. It didn't like completely fuck something up. I mean, this has attack on it. Yeah, it just has better stats as always, right? These are just like literally better. They're like rarer, so. Sure. Let's level it. I mean, we're wasting resources, obviously, but who gives a shit? You know, there's no... I don't think there's going to be a shortage later on. So what exactly was that? Wait, it was like, oh, we can lock or unlock it. Did I lock it? I think we should lock this one. I think the pink ones we should for sure. I mean, they're locked by default, but they're definitely more valuable than the blue ones. The blue ones we're gonna drown in at some point anyway. Okay, now we can go for the demonstration. Going here and doing the cooperation exercise. I mean, she's cute, but I think like I still like Envy a bit more. They're like kind of similar, which is why I'm comparing them, I guess. Press the basic attack button at the right moment. Person. But will she though, if she can? So no, she does it always. But that's kind of weird. Okay, so this is actually guaranteed. Okay, so never mind. Then you can just button mash. I don't know what the right moment is, by the way. It's kind of a very weird description. Wait, I'm just gonna button mash, right? This is me button mashing. She doesn't trigger shit. At the end, she does, actually. I mean, maybe it was just pure coincidence. I actually don't know when to press the button. Yeah, the explanation of this skill, I do wonder. Is it when the first one connects, or is it when it stops? I think it's when it stops. So when the animation is done, I think. So no, this is definitely when it's like... This is late, so... Yeah, so basically the timing is wait a little bit after the attack finishes, just a little bit. So boom, 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 and then do boom, right? So you wanna... Here you wanna wait longer. It's kind of annoying not to know the exact timing though, right? Yeah, this is gonna be quite annoying to learn. I guess this is like the skill gap she has. And after this one we should be able to spam it. So I guess you don't have to learn it really, but if you want to be optimal, I guess just timing the attacks is better. What the fuck? And now we can just spam, right? Or maybe we can't actually. And thanks for the follow, GGuy4. So big. I don't know how to play him though. I mean, she just basically did it, right? That's what I thought the moment I saw her, and it seemed to be very appropriate. Yeah, we should also do the timing thing here. Not play like an idiot like I am, but it doesn't matter, right? We're still getting good at the moment. Is burn good? 38 per tick is kind of not that bad. Didn't see how long it actually would have stayed on him. Yeah, I mean, she is very samey to Envy, just that she's fire and not electro, which is interesting. So wait, doesn't it count, or why didn't we get it? I guess there's nothing for 16. 2 for 7. I actually don't know. Free training, I guess we can just select characters, which is kind of nice because this way we can check the order. Means she does an additional damage against stunned enemies. So I think like the logical conclusion would be to... I mean, she's definitely more on-fieldy. She's a bit more bursty. And she's like, I can stun. So I'm not 100% sure about the order. I think starting with her and then once the enemy is stunned, I guess just like going on with her can be kind of nice. And then once she's done, he's gonna go in. I actually don't know. And we don't have the synergy, so why actually? Attribute of faction. I guess attribute is fire, so she needs fire. So she doesn't actually match NB at all. But NB matches her, right? Her. So she has kind of synergies. But I do wonder how important they are. So she doesn't even have additional fire damage. So is this the rotation I would like to see? Or am I just gonna say that it doesn't really make sense this way? It's kind of hard to tell, right? Do you want to start with her or you don't want to start with her? Because once we stun, we're going to swap away from the character, and then she's going to deal bonus damage to stunned enemies, which she doesn't do at the moment because we don't have it. So kind of feel like we do want to swap these two out. So I think like going for her second and her third is kind of better. But I have no idea, actually. I literally don't know. It's just like, I don't know what the basic logic is, right? Usually I guess you do want to stun enemies, kind of. Do you want to stun them right away? What is the goal, right? So now she comes in, she's quick and whatever. But she doesn't build a lot of stun, right? She's like very much damage oriented. I guess like the other one too, because she's like also attack focused. And here you can see what the problem basically is if you have characters that do a lot of damage. I mean, this enemy is going to spawn infinitely. We're going to kill him so fast, we're never going to get a single character swap. Yeah, getting the timing for this attack is going to be kind of rough mid-combat. Because mid-combat you do have to think about defense, right? Just getting the rhythm out for this one. It doesn't do a lot of damage though. Yeah, I guess the timings are kind of important. Her damage is sick though, holy shit. Yeah, I didn't look at tier list yet, but I can tell you this character seems to do a lot of damage. Let's compare it to her quickly. Yeah, look at this, how little damage she does. But she does way more stun. Yeah, so opening with her is really good though. I guess that's her role, right? Attack does damage, stun does stun. And how is she compared to the other one? Also does quite a good amount of damage. Yeah, for sure. Also has a bit of stun here. I actually don't know who has more stun. She doesn't seem to have a lot of stun. I mean, that attack definitely had some. Yeah, she seems nice, though, from a damage perspective. And she's also not that hard to play once you just, like, spam the shit out of this. No, that was not after the third attack. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, actually, you know what? I think this team comp is not great, but because we don't have supports and nothing, right? I think it's a very primitive team comp. I think that's kind of nice to start with, right? Just a relatively primitive team comp, so we can focus on getting good at the base mechanics. I like how she can just dash left and right at the end, like just like dash, dash, dash. Okay, but let's finish this one here. Yeah, our Dillik is looking really good. Kinda have to say. Yeah, Dillik kinda hot. As a waifu. It's like the inverse soldier. Okay, how can I get out of here? Like this. Wait. Okay, but like I said, we're not gonna do too much more today. I'm gonna go bouldering later, we're gonna eat together, and yeah, just chill and hang out a little bit. And as always, this game, I'm not gonna play it 100% on stream. At least this time around, you can look up the cutscenes again if you missed them. Because why I liked actually playing Genshin on stream the entire time was like because, I mean, didn't play it the entire time, but every time the story went on basically. Which I'm gonna do, I guess, for newer content, but not for the start, since I'm usually gonna play it when I have like 30 minutes or something, which doesn't really, warrant turning on the stream. But I like that you can actually see the nice shadows here. That you can actually, see the cutscenes again. In Genshin, you're like, basically, if you didn't record them, you're never gonna see them again. So yeah, and also the game so far is 20 gigs, which makes sense, right? Since it's not that big of a world. And it's kind of, I mean, obviously we're gonna unlock new locations at some point, but I think like the size here is kind of nice, because I think like Star Rail kind of tried to be like semi-open worldish from its like, I mean, it wasn't open world at all, but it was like bigger areas. And I kind of like this more compact and efficient way of navigating a bit more. It's kind of more interesting than that. I think either Genshin with a full world exploration or this like the small perfect exploration size. And I think Star Rail kind of was like too big for what it actually was, right? No jumps and nothing in such an large open world kind of felt, not open world, large lanes basically, felt kind of, I don't know, not that great. Just like felt like you had a lot of travel time for no reason. And this one I feel like respects your time as a player quite a bit when it comes to how the game world is designed. I think either Genshin style or this style is definitely my cup of tea, and I think Star Rail is kind of oddly in the middle of both. And I think this one definitely is more streamlined. Also like the way the combat encounters are paced and everything, that you don't have to run into enemies, but you literally just start the combat encounter. I mean, yeah, sometimes you also run into them, but you know what I mean? It's just like the pacing is very nice. Very, very nice. So if you really care about combat a lot, this is gonna be cool. If you care about open world exploration, this is gonna be, I mean, like really exploring not just like small things, like here is something in the city or something, like really like Genshin. That's basically not it, right? So what do you care about in games? You have to figure it out. If you like both, I guess you're definitely gonna have a good time here. If you only like exploring, you're gonna have not the best time in this one, right? So it's definitely very, very combat focused, which I love. So for me, this seems like a very good game so far, from my personal taste. So I really, really hope it stays that way. But the first impression is great. The biggest downer that could come upon us, that's kind of maybe foreseeable, if we should get an additional search for real money for the pets, which I know is a gacha system because the currency is already in the game. I mean, I can show you. The currency is already here, this one. So I do hope this is gonna be an additional gacha system that does not require real money investment. I am kind of not sure that's gonna be the case, but really, really, really hope the signal searches for Bangu channel are gonna be in-game currency only. And I'm kind of worried they're not gonna be, and I'm gonna really criticize that if it's not the case, because it's an additional layer of microtransactions for real money, and it's gonna be an additional layer of basically maybe even regretting pulling on character banners because you didn't know they existed yet, because I do know they exist, but I have no idea if they're good or not, so I'm just gonna pull on characters, which I guess is never bad, but still, I really, really hope this is like some kind of additional, hey, cool, you get them for free, basically. And not, I mean, it's still gambling, but still maybe for free, right, in a way. And I really hope it's not tied to real money, but I'm kind of worried because, I mean, it is a gacha game, and MiHoYo, I don't know, so far they have been very standard. I mean, Genshin and Saori are very much the same, but you never know if they're gonna go for something else with this one. So yeah, if that happens, I'm gonna criticize them for it, but it didn't happen just yet, so just ignoring, Googling. I'm not gonna Google it, right, because boring, but that could be the biggest criticism I might have about the game. Yeah, but today we figured out it had ray tracing, right? Ray tracing, nice. Definitely nice to see the game having ray tracing in at least some areas. I'm not curious. This one, I don't think that it has ray tracing in the windows, right? Nah, you can tell it's like, this is like not even screen space reflections, but cube maps. So yeah. Okay, but definitely nice to see ray tracing in a video game, and also definitely try to find out what setting it does exactly. I didn't test it for you. I mean, should we test it so I can tell you which setting you should turn off for probably significantly improved performance, which is not even given, but I guess ray tracing is always kind of taxing, so it definitely is going to have to do with the reflections, right? So the reflection setting. Do I want to test it quickly? Oh, why not, right? Let's be useful. Or should we? I guess you can just try it out yourself. Just go there, look at the reflections in the city. Just gonna go to the city quickly. Doesn't matter, we can go wherever we want. It's kind of irrelevant. Yeah, so okay, so just look at the fucking reflections here and wait until they disappear. I mean, we can do it for you, so I can tell you which setting it is, but kind of irrelevant, because I expect it's gonna be. They call it mirror reflections, but it's just label them. Yeah, so it's like this setting. So the lowest setting seems still to have some specular highlights in the puddles, but you can tell, right, there's no reflections anymore. I mean, there are some. They call it disable, but I actually think it still looks fine, right? You don't have the details, obviously, of the real reflections, but you still have some kind of specular highlights, like emulating some sort of reflections. I guess there's some kind of basic cube map or something going on here. It doesn't look terrible, honestly. I think disabling it is perfectly fine if you need the performance. Definitely an option you could consider. Let's go for low here. Let's see when ray tracing kicks in. Okay, so low. What does low change? I mean, maybe actually there were reflections in the there were no reflections inside in the glass here. I mean, they're always shit, so no, I guess they're always there. So low doesn't seem to change too much. Maybe the resolution is a bit higher or something. I don't know. It doesn't change too much. And just quickly go into medium. Medium has almost no difference, which is weird. I just expected medium to be green space reflections, but turns out the reflections are only ray traced. So yeah, my advice here would be instantly set it to low. If you, yeah, literally set it to low. The visual difference seems to be negligible between low and medium. I mean, maybe the performance impact is too, right? I'm not measuring that. And then we obviously have high, which is probably gonna be ray traced, which is so weird, but yeah, crazy. It's literally crazy. Their highest setting is not screen space reflections, but literally ray trace. So there doesn't seem to be, or either low is or disabled is already screen space reflections. I mean, yeah, actually disabled is kind of the same. So wait, let's see. Maybe disabled only affects like the windows, like this one here. Let's see. Does it only affect this one? I mean, not relevant for me because the game runs fine, but I'm just showing it to you guys so you can make an informed decision, because not everybody knows maybe what to look for here. Yeah, there seems to be no real difference here, so I guess, guys, disable is as good as low, medium. Is Omega weird? Like, honestly, this does not look disabled. Maybe the resolution is like Omega low or something. I actually don't know. I actually don't know. Like medium should have a noticeable difference, right? I mean, you can take a screenshot and compare it, but I honestly, medium and disabled seems to be, I don't want to say identical, but cannot spot the difference right here. Maybe the range is different or something. I don't know, but disabled is not disabled. So yeah, there's something, I would argue there's something wrong with the setting, to be honest. I don't think the setting does anything. The setting does nothing beyond enabling ray tracing on the highest setting, which is maybe, right, for my limited testing here. So yeah, definitely avoid the highest setting if you have performance problems, because ray tracing can be very demanding, but it doesn't have to be. But it doesn't have, like, this game has native resolution rendering, so obviously it's gonna be more demanding in some regards. It could also maybe explain the stuttering, actually. I don't know, I'm not gonna test the stuttering with ray tracing enabled. You know what, I'm curious. And it might have ray tracing and lighting too, so we wouldn't even know if that's related, so yeah. I mean, we can do, you know what, I'm just a curious person as to it. Fucking lower the input for this one to 1, and yeah, there's noticeable periodic stuttering in the game. It's pretty consistent, right? Let's see, does sometimes ray tracing does it, right? The problem is we don't know if it's just like this one. It's so weird. I wonder if it's on PlayStation too. Doesn't seem to have helped, honestly, no. So if there is ray tracing and more options, which is honestly very bad, guys, you should definitely add an option that tells people you have ray tracing enabled now, because people are gonna be quite confused by the performance if they don't know. Usually it's really bad not to say that. You should definitely put ray tracing as an extra option so people know, because it's like, and I mean, not always. Usually some options are very impactful, but ray tracing usually is, so it's kind of nice for people to know and to make an informed decision and not having to guess whether or not ray tracing is enabled in the game. So yeah, this is basically the most important find, I guess, today, beyond the game really being fun for me so far, is definitely that it has ray tracing, which is really nice to see. Okay, so as always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys whenever. I mean, I guess the latest is going to be Monday, but tomorrow we're going to celebrate the twins' birthdays, and also my girlfriend's going to leave for a week for work, and tomorrow's her last day. So, you know, probably going to focus more on that and not too much on streaming. So yeah, as always, I'll see you guys very, very soon, probably on Monday. Enjoy your time and enjoy the game, right? It's a fun game. And don't spend too much money. Just spend as much as you can afford and like to spend on something. So basically, if you're not mega rich and you have anything else you can buy, you know, buy a new GPU instead of buying a 5-star or an S-tier character. No, honestly, right? I know people that spend hundreds of euros on these games but have a shit PC. First upgrade your PC components and then pull in the game, right? Free to play until you have everything else. That's my advice. Okay, so everything else you want. Okay, but bye-bye. Enjoy the game, and I'll see you guys.